Oh,
Shut the fuck up, Craig.
man, what did Craig do to you?
A lot. Craig was a bitch, alright? Craig was a bitch to set up. Okay, so that Internet Stuff Podcast, first episode. Guest today, Sarah, aka Funsexydb Dragon Ball on Twitter, and Curious Cat, and Pornhub, and
Formerly.
former for videos. Dude,
Maybe now Newgrounds.
Maybe Newgrounds, because Pornhub's like, it's time to hit the nuke button.
Go to X videos. It's better that way. And Ace Artworks, aka Acelewdarts of Twitter, and Omega Ace Games of YouTube. He just started a YouTube channel recently.
I did not know this.
Yeah,
I'll send you a link later.
Okay, cool.
By the way, I did do digging on you, Sarah. I'm not gonna lie, I did a little bit of digging in preparation of this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking came across a YouTube channel as well
that I hardly use, but yes.
Oh, I didn't even know you had one either.
Yeah, the one of the rare blue moon cases I have a safe for work video. I'll post it on there.
Two videos.
It's funny because someone actually uploaded. You remember that one picture I inspired you to do the Goku wave thing?
I think so. Yeah.
Where Chi-Chi looks behind her and there's Goku just waves at her.
Oh yes, I remember that one.
Someone uploaded that to TikTok, and as soon as I mentioned, "Hey, this person drew it," he deleted it.
Damn.
But just I don't mind people reposting my stuff because my name is slapped on there. But at least give me credit. Come on. I mean, even though my name is on there.
I love your work, man. I love your work. That fucking picture of my OC, I still need to color it. I really do. I need to find somebody who's willing to color it for free. I am broke beyond belief. Demonetization and all that's going to be hitting different whenever I start getting monetized. Yeah. But yeah, Sarah, I actually have a question for you. You've worked with Masako X on like less than a handful of occasions, right?
I think a total of 2 occasions, I believe, where he was nice enough, actually, kind of to provide a voice for I think an animation of mine.
It was the what if they had a daughter?
Yes.
Question: what was his reaction when he found out that, because you actually did appear on his OC?
Yeah.
What did he ever react to the fact that you were a hentai artist?
He knew. The funny thing, I met him at KamehamehaCon, and I was drawing pictures for like these little traditional Copic marker drawings for the VAs I was meeting, and just saying thank you. I made this for you. Thank you so much. And I gave him a clean one because I knew it's a clean one of Lunch and Raditz. And that's when I introduced myself, and he's like, "Wait, you're the artist?" So he knew.
Got to keep it clean and classy for the Brits.
Your art style is very specific. Not gonna lie, it is. Not that saying it's a bad thing. I'm just like your art style. It's like having that art style. Like, oh, I know this art person.
Yeah, so he knew who I was. So it's not like it was a surprise when he's like, "Wait a second, did I just lend my voice
to an
adult artist?"
You?
No, he's a very kind, nice person.
Oh man, I bet. The Goku, Sean Schemmel. Yeah, I fucking said it. I have DMs between me and Sean having beef. No shit. He fucking got pissed off at me for saying a joke about Peter Calamus and him. And it was like, I don't know if you guys know about this, but there was a video circulating on Twitter last year, maybe mid last year, with Peter Calamus and the Ocean Dub Vegeta redoing the fusion of Gogeta scene from Dragon Ball Super Broly. And I commented, adding Sean Schemmel, mind you. Watch out, at Sean Schemmel might come after at Peter Calamus because he wants to be the definitive Goku. And oh my god, this man wanted my phone number He wanted my address. He literally like tried to invite me to a convention just so a way we could talk behind the fucking scenes. Like he wanted to give me a VIP pass and everything. And I'm like,
to be honest, I would have just accepted it and then just like pretend, like just yield immediately. So it's so awesome. I got a free VIP
I
pass
called
for
his
this.
fucking bluff. I called his fucking bluff because he was being an asshole towards me for making a joke. And
I have
I'm just
no beef against Sean Jamel or any of the VAs.
Oh man, fuck Funimation. Like, Jesus Christ. I can't get behind any of the voice actors. Even like the ones that I did like and they didn't do anything. It's just that Funimation kind of ruined a lot of the fun. Ironically.
Shoot, man. When it comes to just the VA, any sort of drama, anything, I'm not even saying this to be cute or to save my ass or anything. I honestly don't know a lot. Like I'm oblivious as all hell to a lot of things that happens online, especially if it's drama related. I'm a filthy English dub lover, so I like listening and watching English dubs to anime. And I'm not particularly picky about what studio is doing what. I just like to do multiple things at once when I watch something. So having subtitles is great. I'll still watch something in subtitles. Having an English dub would probably be a little bit better, as long as they don't change the entire plot. So a few words here and there, I don't care.
I am 100% with English dubs. Hell, I'm watching Fly Me to the Moon, which great anime, by the way, through English dub. The one person that I refuse, because the moment this person comes on for any anime through an English dub, if this person comes up, I will immediately swap to the Japanese sub. Monica Rial. I cannot stand her voice, especially after all the fucking drama she's been through and how much like bitch her husband was. Yeah, and how much of a bitch she was, because I added rhyme style and my tweet blew up, and the tweet was Bulma necessary for Dragon Ball Super Broly to be there as long as she was? And honestly, like, there was honestly no reason for her to be there beyond like the introduction, and like that's it. Like she didn't have to be there at all. Like, it was just some weird plot device, and she just blended in with everything else. I didn't like it, and I was like, adding Monica Rial, like, what do you think? And then her husband, Ron Toye, Mr. Soy Boy himself, decided to block me. And I didn't know, because I didn't know her husband even had a Twitter. But I go ahead and find this out, and then after the Sean Schemmel beef, Sean got accused the very next morning of, well, he got put in a Me Too controversy, basically, and he blocked me. Monica Rial then proceeded to block me after that controversy started, so I'm guessing he thought I started that controversy anonymously. I don't know how, but like, okay, buddy. And he told Monica, and also told Jamie Marchi, I believe. I'm blocked by 4 people on Funimation's association list. So yeah, that fucking didn't do anything to me. I just laughed, to be honest. Like, imagine arguing with Sean Schemmel for 3 hours for something.
I can imagine arguing with anyone for 3 hours.
Jeez,
sounds mentally exhausting.
So retarded. But yeah, with that said, though, I guess let's get started. We have a couple categories to go through. I made a list of categories to keep myself organized. The reason why there's so many, by the way, is because I'm a very quick transitioner. Like, we'll be talking about one thing and somehow I'll just bring it to the next thing so quickly, and you wonder how we even got to this point. I did that so many times, and I've been told, hey man, you might as well just go ahead and make the list like long as fuck, because you're gonna, this whole 1.5 hour to 2 hour deal, it ain't gonna work unless you put a lot. So yeah, I'm doing. Did I Activate Siri.
No, that was my own accident. Yes, to me too.
Okay, so anime. Sarah, question: what is your response to reasons Chi-Chi haters give you, and why would she be considered best girl to you?
I was wondering, like, when you mentioned that, like, do you mean Chi-Chi haters as in people who don't like me,
Don't like
or don't like Chi-Chi in general?
People who don't like Chi-Chi in general.
Ah,
What
okay.
are some of the reasons they give you for not liking them? That
You know what's really funny? I get more comments and DMs about people saying, like, I used to hate Chi-Chi, but now I don't anymore because you made me love her. And I was like, those are the best comments. People who hate Chi-Chi, you know what? I'm not even going to be mad because way back when, during the Toonami days, I didn't like Chi-Chi at first. And then it was very soon I became a fan of hers, like right tail end of the Cell Saga. I became a huge fan of hers afterwards. But I got it. I understand. Like, he's like, oh, she's so naggy and she's so mean, and why can't she just let Gohan go off and die or something? But I was just like, I like her. I like her. I get the whole thing. And maybe people who hate Chi-Chi, she reminds them too much of their moms or something. I don't know.
That's why I love her. Honestly,
honestly, I could see why people would fall in love with Chi-Chi specifically around the Cell Saga, right? Because they kind of really showcased her character while Gohan was fighting Cell, and then of course like completely like made her break down.
Oh, I didn't like her because I actually liked her. It was right before when they took that break after they came out of the time chamber, and it just had like family moments, and I was like, I don't know, something just clicked, and I just liked her. And every one of my friends and family at the time we were watching it, they're like, "How could you like her? She's so awful." And I just shrugged, and it's like I kind of like her. Maybe the hate for her just fueled me with like love.
Would you say that those breakdown moments at the end of the Cell Saga kind of like persuaded people to like her character a little bit because she wasn't?
I don't think that was that, because when Buu Saga hit, like, and again, I'm talking Toonami days, when the Buu Saga started airing, Chi-Chi really mellowed out. Like, it's not like, it's something really subtle, but she's not the crazy tiger mom she was at the beginning of Z. And when Buu Saga came around, she seems pretty more chill. In terms of like being obsessed with studies or having Gohan or Goten go fight or whatever. And I think people, at least
Eraser.
Eraser.
I was like, yo, this is gonna be a great character if they only show her like a couple times. I'm like, well, at least I have Videl and her pigtails and those beautiful latex shorts. Nope, she gets rid of the pigtails. I'm like, oh fuck.
Sorry, but short hair, pixie haircut Videl is best Videl.
It is to me.
Listen, you made me love pigtail hair Videl, all right? And you know exactly why I love it. I'm pretty sure I told you.
Love handles.
No, I told you 2 years ago.
I proved that wrong with my drawing of the short hair.
Hair Videl. And it's because of that one piece she did with her and Gohan. You know, she wrapped it around.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago.
The hair thing.
Yeah.
Goodness. Well, I imagine that started with that girl chick from Inuyasha. If you don't ever watched that show, one of the first villains was a hair girl. They used her hair.
I remember her.
It's like, okay, there we go with that one.
Remember from Inuyasha, that one naked chick in the water at like episode 1. That's all I remember.
Yeah. Anyways, I like to introduce my Chi-Chi version. It's just like I liked her just because she reminded me of my mom. A lot of people hated it because it reminded her, but to me, I liked it. It gave her depth to me. So I actually liked her from Z on. But I do agree the Buu Saga hair is the better. And who else had the Gohanas to go up to Buu and slap him You didn't see Krillin. You didn't see anybody else, but she was the one who went up like a boss-ass bitch and slapped that pink gun beside the head.
And then she got scrambled like eggs.
Well, hey, at least we went out like a boss. I mean, come on.
Yeah, she did. She did.
I personally think that Chi-Chi dying so early, I think that was like, to me, it was pointless. I don't think, like, Fat Boo was the type I could see to get angry because of a slap. Super Boo, I don't think. Like, that just seemed so out of character when you look at all the other times he gets pissed off. Like, other times he's just so reserved, and, like, it's honestly scary how reserved he was, given, like, the fact that he was the most rampant one up until Kid Boo. But Jesus Christ, like, Chi-Chi dying like that, I don't know how to feel about it. Like, oh.
But,
oh, you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I heard a click. I thought it went off for a second.
But yeah, speaking of best waifus, and yes, I'm reading this off the fucking list. You thought I wasn't gonna do it. Ace, Boo Bear, love of my life.
Oh boy.
Girl, who's your best girl in Dragon Ball and why?
It's probably obvious. Android 18. As much as I love Chi-Chi, the moment she broke Vegeta's arm, that was waifu material right there. Because I know a lot of people don't like me. Vegeta's not my top 5 favorite Dragon Ball character. Like, he is great and all, but he's not my top 5. And
trust me, Goku's far from number 1.
No, neither that for me too. Goku's not my number 1 either, but he's definitely in the top 5. But still,
not even there. Not even there.
To you maybe, but to me he is. But her kid, him breaking his arm after all that like sass and everything he's done up to that point. Because remember, Vegeta wasn't a good guy during the Cell Saga at all until finally Trunks died. Did he actually switch?
Yeah,
he was still an asshole.
God, the mental loops people jump through to try to justify that he was good the whole time. No, it's amazing. That's what makes him better. You're giving Toriyama too much credit.
I look at these people going.
Honestly, one of the biggest things I hated about Akira Toriyama coming out like literally 2 years ago with some shit about the Cell arc. He said Goku could have gone Super Saiyan 2, and I'm like, yeah, kind of figures you don't care about your work anymore.
No, he has Alzheimer's. That's pretty much all I can pretty much say about that.
No, I don't even think he has like a mental. It's just that he
just forgets.
He just doesn't care
anymore.
That's like, man, that's a boss move. Yeah. Just imagine creating a gigantic like fucking franchise and not giving a shit about anything that you drew about it. And I'm like, wow, that's a boss move.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go ahead and let's give Toei all the fucking credit. Let's give Toyotaro who didn't even do Dragon Ball AF. Mind you, like, that was somebody else's work and Toyotaro got fucking credit for it. Like, oh my god.
The manga, he just got the idea from fan art.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think Akira Toriyama doesn't do it. I didn't like Dragon Ball Z18, though. I didn't like her until...
I can see that. I do like her better in Super.
Oh, I'm right there with Ace. The minute she broke Vegeta's arm, I was like, she's my girl.
And then when she twisted Roshi's head when he tried to grope her. I mean, come on. That was all perfect comedy thing about her like spinning his head like a top and just letting it go and go. Even though it's filler, I still love it.
The thing is, the kiss with Krillin, that got me a little bit, but I didn't get into her until Team 4-Star did something.
They did better with her. They did better through
all these fucking sex puns and shit. All these sex puns with her was just so. It was just so well executed in my mind.
And here's to me, it's why I like her a lot more. It's just, if you look at the backgrounds of her character, she's a little bit more complex than a lot of the Dragon Ball characters. Like the Bomb of Gero, because this was actually Toriyama's actual script for him. Because remember, Gero was going to be the big bad until the editor. Why is he the big bad? Because
he's old and lame.
Yeah, but the notes they had was pretty much Gero's vendetta was revenge because Android 16, which was modeled after his son was killed by Goku in the Dragon Ball saga, in the Red Ribbon Army saga to be precise. So him having that kind of goal would have made him much more in-depth character, make him understand why he hated.
Yeah, but didn't he come up with this like retroactively?
No, they actually
he. I know he said like I always had this plan, but I'm always suspect. I was like, did you really?
Did you really? But at least it's
I couldn't even remember 18's hair color. I just have a hard time taking anything he says seriously.
Very true, but it's honestly also I think it's actually one of his better ideas and with all the shit he came up with.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Like I love their real names, Lapis and Lazuli. Like that makes sense. They're twins. They pretty much have the same, almost exact. Their name both have the same meaning. But she actually had like I would have loved to see like a spin-off of Android 18 and 17 just being human teenagers like running on the road before they get kidnapped. But
they were delinquents, weren't they?
Yeah, they were delinquents. They were just on the road. They didn't have parents or anything. That's why Jiro picked them up because no one really cared about them. They were orphans.
Mm-hmm.
So, but having Android 16 model after his son, just to me, even though it may have sounded like a short-off idea, but to me it seemed a little bit too detailed to be a short-off idea, especially him being modeled after Jiro's son and all that. But going back to the point of Android 18 being a waifu,
missed opportunity to have him turn around to have him like been killed by Goku during the Red Ribbon Army raid. Instead, he was just shot by some guy.
I thought 19 was like probably the best android. Now this is gonna give me hate. Like I thought 19 was the best android out of the bunch. In terms of
I feel like I could poke his belly and he goes, hoo-hoo.
In terms of being a good villain, I'd say Android 19 even beats out Cell. That is a very controversial subject.
Yeah.
19 did it so fucking well. Like, you go through all of the fucking Android and Cell saga. What's the first thing you're going to remember as you play back that entire saga off your mind? Fucking Vegeta killing 19.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you're a Vegeta fanboy, it's one of your first things. It's your first thing on Super Saiyan. But as me
I ain't a Vegeta fanboy. They ruined him. They ruined him so bad. I fucking hate Vegeta.
Because no, the author of the manga is like, even though he says Goku's his favorite character, it's obvious who he is.
It's a lie.
Oh, it's such a lie.
I just wanted to say, like, I still follow Toyo on Twitter, and I still would defend because some people say like, oh, he's a shit artist. Like, you don't know what shit artists look like. Yeah, he has some issues, but I don't think he's as terrible as he is. But every time he says like Goku's his favorite character, I just want to play that YouTube video like, why are you fucking lying?
Why you always lying? Yeah, by far no. And even Super did his reaction to his family being killed by Zamasu way better than the manga, because like in the anime we got full on Goku getting mad, backhanding Zamasu like he's a bitch and everything else. What does the manga do? Oh, you killed him. I guess I have to revenge him or something. Like the most Pantone looking expression. Like, are you kidding me?
And this, I don't mean to go off on a tangent or anything about the manga, but I know a lot of people are excited that Toriyama's going to be writing basically the outline for the next arc. But it's funny. Oh, he's going to be so much better at this. Like, I don't trust either of them to write it, if I had to be honest. Toyo or Toriyama is like,
let's be real.
I don't know.
Dragon Ball at this point is like Star Wars. Fans make better content than the actual original creators.
So when are we going to get our Dragon Ball Mandalorian series?
I know, right? I want to see Bardock being Mandalorian with a baby Frieza. It's already Frieza. There's a baby ice gin from Bardock.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I need to draw that. That's hilarious.
You really do need to.
But okay, going back to the topic of waifu.
Sorry. Did someone jump off? Oh, it was. I thought it was me for a second because my internet keeps kidding.
No, but it was him. He got disconnected.
Oh, but it's still recording, so maybe he'll edit this out when he jumps back in.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
At least Craig is still here.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, Craig. Oh boy.
But yeah, you need to draw that. You really do.
I'm there. Yeah. I'm honestly. I had a little itch of My Hero Academia. I don't know if you saw it. I just posted a father and son Kamehameha with Gohan and Goku.
Did you?
It's on my Ace Artworks. Yeah, it's on my...
Oh, okay. That's weird. I know I'm following both. I have to check that out in a second. Oh, welcome back.
Sorry, my fucking internet decided to fuck up again.
Hey, that's okay. Craig is still here.
Yeah, Craig is still in this company. Okay, but to
Thank
finish
you.
off, to close off your statement, why I think Android 18, it's just like, besides her breaking Vegeta's arm, I do agree that the Boo Saga had her great moments too. I liked how she was like very active in the tournament part, but I personally prefer her on the Super one because I hate a lot of people. Like I noticed some fighters that really suffer from this, like Fidel being a housewife. But for Android 18, it fits because she's still a badass. But think about it, her fighting life wasn't a choice; it was forced upon her. Like being a killing machine wasn't what she wanted. So maybe being a housewife is something she could feel normal about, which I don't. It doesn't show it, but to me, it does. And her still being badass is still a good touch, but she's not gonna be like all out, be like, okay, I'm gonna be stronger. But it's just more like she just wants a normal life because all her life she's ever known was, kill Goku, kill Goku, kill Goku. And I agree. Super made her better.
Yeah,
and I'm a sucker for height difference chips, and her and Krillin being and I will defend this with my life, being my number one favorite Dragon Ball character. People hate me for it.
Why do they hate you? Oh, like I don't know why people would hate you. I know I've seen the hentai, but I think Krillin's a great character.
Oh, he's an amazing character, especially one who doesn't give up.
Straight up. Krillin the G. Krillin the G. Yeah. He able to pull a bad bitch without even trying.
I don't know. It's more. I don't know if he tried, but it's more like because people wanted to kill her. That's what makes him my favorite character.
Yeah,
he's compassionate to her. He's not good. I'm sure he has a crush on her, but he's the first to be like. A lot of times, that's what Krillin is like. I think one of his Buddhist monk previous life kicks into him because even though he's not really much a Buddhist monk anymore, he still has that compassion of one. He doesn't want to be like, hey.
I forgot he was even that.
He was one that. Remember, he was adopted by Buddhist monks. So
those 3 dots. Those 6 dots on his head makes it hard to forget.
Or apparently, what that one artist made him his nose holes with the nosebleed.
God.
My head. But yeah, he just has that part that's like, hey, we shouldn't just automatically assume this guy's bad. Like, especially her. That's like, remember, she didn't choose this life. That's what he's like. One of the first good people like, she's a threat. We need to kill her. But once he saw that ounce of goodness in her, like when she spared them, she could have killed them like the future parts did. He was the first to be like, we should not kill them. That's just my personal thing.
Like, I don't see how he fell for it the first time whenever, she kissed him and everything.
Nah,
it's a very confusing moment, but he tried to use that as some sort of crutch as to not kill her. Like, no, she's good because she spared us. Need to remind you, the deal was that they spared y'all, but if y'all got in the way, they would have no fucking problem killing you.
No. They wouldn't. But you still get the point. But like him screwing up though still by breaking the remote was still a dumbass move. Like that was that is one of his flaws, but that's because he was like wanting to spare her. He didn't want to kill her. Part of it was he was in love with her, sure. But like also part of like his, I think, just much of his Buddhist history.
I'm so getting late tonight.
Imagine the counter in Team 4-Star. A lot of people don't realize this is the amount of times he made her go off. So he was winning 36 times. There is no way Android 18 did not get pregnant like that. She definitely did.
All right. Well, moving on to the next one. This is a bit of a like a room splitter at this point. All right. Don't worry. We're gonna go ahead and get back together after this. I respect everybody's opinion. However, GT versus Dragon Ball Super, which is better?
Do you want to go first, Sarah? Or do you want me to go?
I'll go first. Because the thing with GT versus DBS, and as much as I say this over and over again, a little backstory in GT for me was that I watched GT a total of 3.5 times. One time in English dub, then I watched the subbed both times, and then I kind of was trying to rewatch it, but kind of fell off. And every single time, I forget huge chunks of what happened in GT. Like there are moments and there are pieces. I was like, oh yeah, that happened. And I'm not talking about small lines or anything. I'm talking about like really big set pieces, like where Baby came from and all that stuff. I always forget. Oh, yeah. And then it made me really think. There's like, wow, there's a lot of like really good ideas in GT that are just poorly executed. Like there are just like, and some stuff are just like plain forgettable. Like I'm just gonna not remember that a few years down the line unless I watch it fresh. But and then we're gonna move over to DBS. I have saw DBS more times than I like to admit. In fact, I should have watched it so closely back to back because I really every time I watch DBS, I like it less and less and less. But I'll give DBS one thing: I'm not forgetting anything about it. No. I didn't forget the Black Arc. I didn't forget the Tournament of Power. I didn't forget the shitty 2 arcs that the retelling of the movies.
Oh goodness, those don't even count. I don't count those in the.
Everyone forgets. It's like, hey, you know that happened, right? Like
the only good thing the remake of the season did, what the movie should have done, was bringing back Ginyu. I actually like that.
And they immediately killed him off just for Vegeta to have his full count.
That was just
Yeah, but the thing is, at least I remember things, and it's so funny because each one, and I'm gonna take I'm gonna save the positive aspects for a little bit in a second. Each one is so glaringly flawed. Like I know there's a lot of like GT and DBS, like just like, no, you don't understand. GT sucks. No, DBS sucks worse. It's like, if I gotta give a leg up to one thing, I'm gonna give it to DBS. Like that's just like I hate doing this, but I'm giving it to DBS. GT I saw 3.5 times. There are parts I forget. There are ideas I wish they expanded. That's the point. It's like a whole big cock tease, like things they could have done right but didn't. For instance, adult Gotenks. Gotenks was hinted or played around with, never did it. We went for Gogeta. The whole let's go to travel in space to find the Dragon Balls. Oh, cool. You're going to get Goku and maybe Trunks and Goten can interact a little bit more, or maybe, bring the whole fucking Sun family up there. I don't care. No, we're just going to choose Pan and Trunks. Odd choice, but okay.
Goodness.
But other than that, I think DBS is a little bit more solid than GT is. And I'm still waiting like 10 years from now where we're going to start treating DBS like GT, like as if it's never existed.
Oh, goodness, we'll see. Okay, from my point of view, Dragon Ball GT was good for bringing Super Saiyan 4 Goku. That was phenomenal. And then they fucked it up with Vegeta because his made no fucking sense. I need a machine to do no. If Vegeta knowing his history of Saiyan biology, he should have known to pull out his tail. He knows the Saiyan heritage. He knows the Saiyan history. It should have been put in his brain. In case your tail goes down, son, you can pull it out your ass. But no, he just used a machine, which makes no sense.
He knows so much about Saiyan biology and how he's able to retain his youth, but he doesn't know how to bring back his fucking tail. He knows how to create a fucking full moon, though, but not his tail. No.
Nappa didn't teach him that part.
Yeah. That Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was a treat. Other than that, that was the only good thing about GT to me. Super had, not counting the movies, because had a better story-wise idea than GT did. Like, I actually enjoyed the Tournament of Power. Besides Jiren was probably the most boring part about that whole Tournament of Power.
Tell me about it.
Oh god. But like everything else, Ultra Instinct was amazing, and and then
they turned his hair white. And it's like, what?
The hair white was a bit weird, but but it's like you grew attached to it. It's like, okay, like come on, Gogeta went Super Saiyan 4 and got red hair. And Goku had black and so did Vegeta. So it's like, okay, why is his hair red? There's just like hair color is like, okay, whatever at this point. I don't like that, but I will say Super Saiyan 4 is better than Super Saiyan Blue because that doesn't make sense. It should have been Saiyan God with the red hair, and then Super Saiyan God for the blue hair. That should have been the names. If those names would have been changed, those forms would probably be better. It's their names that are horrible. Heck, remember its first name, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan?
Like, they still use that shit.
That's more confusing than the Xbox Series X.
Oh, goodness, right?
They still use it even in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. They're like, oh, let's call it Super Saiyan Blue, and then literally written whenever Goku talks, it's Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Like Jesus.
But my favorite story arc in Super, I'll tell you, my favorite story arc in GT was the Baby Saga. As much as Baby's voice, I like him as a villain. His voice is like chalkboard. I love Baby as a villain, but not like his name. But Goku Black Saga, I liked as well. The first half of it. I like the idea of just an evil Goku, but then having piece of Zamasu in his body was absolutely just like, are you
missed
kidding me?
opportunity there.
My goodness, you could have had like a freaking like villains actually having like butting heads because like master and student.
Yeah.
Imagine Zamasu being the master to Goku Black, and then him butting heads, and then when they fuse, they kind of like there could have been more character depth, but having them both being Zamasu was just ridiculous.
Oh, and talk about that arc shat itself the last 10 minutes of that arc. I was like, I am amazed how in this last episode of this arc is completely shitting itself. It was so
like
Zamasu should have died.
Explanation as to why Trunks and Mai are able to go back in time before Zamasu gets killed, but somehow Zamasu is gone.
No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, and then I really enjoyed Trunks' Spirit Sword. It's not Sword of Hope, it's Spirit Sword because it's a Spirit Bomb turned to a sword. I will die on this thing because I
should have ended right there.
Because that was a perfect, cool killing blow. I loved it.
Take the Dragon Balls, revive his fucking mom, just end it there. But
but the thing was, and then I instantly reminded of the Team 4-Star reference where that should have been like Trunks being like, "Hey Zamasu, what? You should split." You know, that's just my funny idea of it. But back to the point of like them going him out face in the sky somehow, which makes no sense, and then using Xeno. Okay, seeing Xeno. Okay, let's go with that. Having Xeno destroy the universe for no freaking reason. Why Zamasu's face end up being in the sky like freaking Wizard of Oz?
Like Earth. I was gonna say like Earthbound, but okay, go ahead.
I say Wizard of Oz, but Trunks going back to the same timeline where there's an exact copy of Trunks and Mai is absolutely the stupidest idea. They should have. He's already involved in the main storyline. Why not keep him there? I mean, you tell the difference between the Trunks because it's older and younger. We could have had a Trunks in the Tournament of Power, which would have been freaking amazing. Seeing some father and son kind of like fighting context, like would have been great. Like Trunks is actually one of my 5 top characters. I love Trunks, but it's
Which one?
Future Trunks.
I know, I was making a joke.
yeah, but like the idea of Future Trunks going back to the main timeline would have been a better decision because he's already involved in that timeline, and it wouldn't mess up any other timelines. So that would have been more like popular idea, but I went with that. It was and I actually
I guess I'm gonna be the only one who says that I like GT over Super here.
That's
the
fine.
reason why.
It's fine. It's nice to get a difference of opinion. Go ahead.
The reason why I like GT more than Super, it's because it has more consistency.
That is true.
It actually follows its own logic, unlike Dragon Ball Super, which in every single arc, it just backtracks on things they've already established.
I fully agree.
Let's see. GT, in my opinion, a lot of people say, oh, well, GT, it had good ideas, but the execution was so bad. Isn't that just all of Dragon Ball Super?
I mean,
like God Key being introduced, that very thing alone is poorly executed. Like, really? You're gonna say GT's bad for poor execution? Let's look at how the Zamasu arc ended. Let's look at Jiren from the Tournament of Power. Let's look at the fact that Jiren is actually weaker than 17. Hit, Goku, Vegeta. They say that, oh, well, Jiren can transcend space and time. Meanwhile, forgetting the fact that they're in a place where space and time just doesn't exist. So, like, that comment from the Clown God really fucking pissed me off whenever he beat Hit. And Hit just the smartest assassin alive just gets...
Clown God.
If you want to make Jiren a better character, don't give him a tragic backstory. Just make him an asshole.
Give him Sasuke backstory.
Just give me like I just want to be powerful and I'm a kind of an asshole. That's it. That's
more like I'm already powerful. Show me what you got because they ain't gonna be nothing.
And also the GT villains were kind of like okay, except for Omega Shenron.
Oh, goodness.
Maybe.
Don't get us started on the Shenrons. Oh.
When people talk about poor execution, one of the biggest things I think of when it comes to poor execution in Dragon Ball Super is not the fact that they keep backtracking. It's the fact that they keep escalating. And it's so dumb because they escalate a character so much that their powers become inconsistent. Hit, for example, fucking smartest assassin alive. How does he lose? by turning stupid all of a sudden and forgets he's in a place where his fucking time prison won't work. Like, it's so bad, and that's what ruined Goku's character. And yes, I fucking said it. A lot of people are like, no, they just don't know what to do with Goku. No, they fucking ruined him. I'm sorry to say, Goku's not fucking retarded. He's far from it.
Manga's the worst part.
From it. You ruin his character. You say, oh, well, he'll never be able to use Ultra Instinct ever again. And I think the main problem I have is Ultra Instinct, right? I despise that form with all. It's not even a form, it's a technique. I despise the technique so much because it's got the community turning into a bunch of people who think Goku is the strongest of all time. He could beat anybody, which is untrue because Hit has beat him twice. One of those times, Goku was literally asking for it.
Oh boy!
And Goku having Ultra Instinct, that's cool. That's whatever. A lot of people are like, "Oh, well, he's stronger than Blue." No, he's not. Actually,
Ultra Instinct Omen was actually much cooler.
Yeah, the black hair one. The black hair one definitely cooler. I agree.
How Ultra Instinct works, right? And I figured this out, and I can't believe of how I figured this out. I figured this out through playing Dragon Ball Legends and Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle.
Team Four Star actually explained it to me way better, honestly. I actually agree.
How Ultra Instinct works is it takes your highest power and puts it in your base form, and you're able to instinctively move without having to rely on any further transformation because you're in your base form. You don't have to worry about stressing yourself over oh, well, I got this time limit, or oh, my key's being drained or whatnot. Like, you're in your base form, all your like highest power goes there, which is why he's able to be considered using God Key, because Ultra Instinct is using his Super Saiyan Blue transformation in base. It's simply how, and they retcon this off of the fucking Super Saiyan 4 transformation, and then retcon Super Saiyan 4 again with Broly.
Listen, I don't like when it comes to power levels, how a certain form works and stuff like that. I blank out. My eyes kind of just sort of glosses over because I'm just like, I feel like this is going to be for long and forgotten or retcon, and not even 5 years from now, 5 months, something new will pop up. I mean, look what's happening in the Super manga, and I was like, I'm not even going to bother with this. I'm not even going to try to understand.
Dragon Ball Super loves to retcon for the sake of retconning, and even when they retcon, they do it so poorly, you could say, well, that was piss poor execution of an idea that could have been used properly, but no, they just shit all over it because Akira Toriyama doesn't want to tell them how to do their job. And then you go over to GT, the story's consistent. Yes, the first arc was horrible, I will agree, but then you got to fucking Meta Rildo. You got to Rildo. Good villain. I go ahead and say that his miniature arc was pretty fun. Then you got to Baby, one of the greatest villains in all of Dragon Ball that's instantly recognizable in my opinion. Let's see. Then after Baby, it was Super 17. Everybody had a problem with Super 17 because of his design and how
no, sorry.
How they utilize 17, and I'm like, okay, you want to talk about how they utilize 17? Go back and talk about how they utilize Zamasu, okay?
I think Zamasu is only as popular because of the memes.
Yeah. You have Super 17. I actually enjoyed the Super 17 arc. I didn't let his design bother me. Did I let his fusion kind of bother me? A little. But the fact that he was able to control 18 around, it led to us getting, 18 ripping off her shirt and showing her fucking bra. But
finally, some clothes damage on females.
I know, right? Imagine how Cat Leafla? There you had no way. Poof.
But yeah, Super 17, okay. Then the Shadow Dragon arc. People overlook this arc heavily, and they just jump straight away to Gogeta versus Omega Shenron for some fucking reason. Ice Shenron and Nova Shenron were great battles for Goku. They were good battles for Goku. Shenron literally blinded Goku and died while Goku was blind. Need I say any more on that?
My problem with GT villains was just their designs were just like. I agree with you. Baby's was honestly the best design.
I mean, do we really want to bring up designs? I mean, Goku Black was just Goku reskinned. Jiren was the fucking
yeah. But let's put it on a simple.
Was just an alien. Let's see, copy Vegeta reskin.
Okay,
was the only.
Hey, we got Ocean Dub Vegeta. That was great.
That was so fun. And they managed to make an art a filler I could not. I couldn't bring myself to care about. Fun to watch in the English dub. So, bravo.
Yeah. I am going to say this: the Arale episode was the only episode.
That was one of my favorite episodes. Oh, and the baseball episode of Yamcha.
Oh goodness! Yeah. We still need a beach episode.
I just want Dragon Ball to be that now. Like, I just want it to be like Dr. Slump 2.Z, where we just have the characters just living day-to-day life with shenanigans happening. Because we got what we want. We got the big fights. We got the dramatic feels. We got the character development. We got those already. We're done. Let's do something different.
It's just that another thing is Super ruined character development.
Yeah, they did.
We built character development. I prefer the one that actually knows how to evolve a character like Goku, rather than, make him more stupid. I rather prefer one that knows how to build up Vegeta's pride and properly retcon Majin Vegeta, because nobody fucking called that. I've never heard a single person say that Baby Vegeta was just a retcon of Majin Vegeta until it just fucking came out of my mouth. Like, that was a good retcon.
Before.
What do you with Vegeta?
I've heard a lot of people conversation about that, actually. I've had a great conversation.
Let's talk about what they did to Vegeta's final atonement in the Universal Survival arc, huh? Yeah, ruin that moment.
For me, Super and GT, like, for all the discussions we're having, if we might as well put Super and GT with the equal explanation point in the middle. To be fair,
at least they're better. At least they're better than Evolution.
Everything is like even the worst episode from DBS and GT is better than Evolution.
Funimation, give us a beach episode.
I'm gonna be in the minority here.
You keep saying Funimation, but you mean Toei.
Toei Animation, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Give us a beach episode. Let them go to a beach, a hot spring planet, like an outlaw star. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you say, Nick?
I'm gonna be in the minority here.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer Evolution over half of Dragon Ball Super.
Wow.
Well, you're definitely
that's a hot take.
Now. Said that I prefer Evolution over 5% of Dragon Ball Super. Because I only found enjoyment through 2 arcs, and I think every other arc was shit.
That's true. They only had 2 decent arcs.
But yeah, and the Goku Black arc. But I look at GT, right? I look at GT, and I'm like, they did so much less wrong than Dragon Ball Super did. Like, there are so many more complaints you can make about Dragon Ball Super than you do with GT. GT, only thing I see is, bad character designs and poor execution. I look at Dragon Ball Super and it completely outweighs it. Like
I said, just give it 10 years. We're gonna treat it like GT. They're gonna redo it again, and no one's gonna remember. Like, no one's gonna care. For me, it's just like Dragon Ball now. The franchise is, like you said, it's like a Star Wars thing to me now. It's like there's gonna be different tellings, different games, novels. If they have
the fans will always make better material.
And it's like it's just so big now that I can't really get mad or upset saying, well, that just ruined the franchise forever, because something now it's at a point where something really bad can come out and it'll just be replaced with something else.
Yeah.
And then we'll just move on to the next thing. For something that's a little lesser than that, let's say if there was a show that was new that just sucked off the bat, it had no chance, no matter what spin-off they did. But, Dragon Ball's now is a huge franchise now. You can do so many different things. They build a universe where you can cherry pick the things that you like. For me, I'll always have the manga. And I'll always go back to that when I'm feeling nostalgic or if I just want to reread some of my favorite parts.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z manga is just mwah. Dragon Ball Z manga.
I want to ask you a question real quick, Ace. I asked you this question, but I don't think you ever got back to me on this. Your ship, Swolmarin and Goten, their daughter Kurumi. Do you think that it's possible that she has that growth stunt that her father had?
She is not gonna grow. She is not gonna have that growth stump. No, I hate that about Super 2. It's one of my flaws. Super is why is Goten and Trunks still kids, and also brings my point of like why I prefer the Trunks and my ship in the future over the present time. Because in the future, when they met, Trunks was of age. That's perfectly fine. They're kids, but she still has the mentality and the soul of an adult, and that makes it weird. So, I hate the growth stumps. I hate it. And that's why.
Make them teens already. Jesus Christ.
Teens, like it's at this point, they're 14.
They probably have it. You know what? It probably is this, right? I think it's this. Now, this is going to seem very inconsistent because you look at Gohan, but what if they're different from Gohan in which their Saiyan genes are kicking in and they're actually retaining their youth rather than Gohan? Because like Gohan's genes were also half humans, however, the human side kicked in. What if they're retaining their youth, but then wish with the Dragon Balls for them to just fucking grow up to look like teenagers?
But that would make sense because Goku aged normally. I think
that did a growth spurt when he just showed up at the 23rd tournament.
Yeah, he was like 18 years old.
Whoa!
Even spending a year and a spirit of time, given that, because he did, he still grew at that point. So logically, even a full-blooded Saiyan, what they do is they grow up normally, but when they hit their prime, they stay there longer, then get old.
But that's what they're trying to like. Super is like, and the Dragon Ball franchises in general seem to be doing the Simpsons effect, which they're not growing. And I know some people made jokes that the Simpsons they don't grow up because radiation or whatever. I'm talking about in terms of a selling franchise things. Like if they start growing up and get older, we can't sell all these toys.
That reminds me of like the scene where Family Guy and Simpsons had their crossover episode. Stewie looks at Bart and goes, "How long has he been bullying you?" "About 20 years."
Just remembering that.
Oh gosh.
Anime couples that don't make sense, aka fuck that, my choice deserved it more.
Okay, are we talking about just Dragon Ball or any anime?
We're talking about any anime. I don't want to rely too heavily on Dragon Ball because I know y'all like other anime as well. So
okay, I think you started last time. I'll start with this one. Naruto is entirely ship-based besides Naruto and Hinata and Temari and Shikamaru. A lot of the other ships make absolutely no fucking sense. Like, the amount of building, like, Tenten should have been with Rock Lee. Like, Ino being with that Psy guy made no sense. They never really interacted. Choji being with the dark-skinned girl, even though they have a cute daughter, that made no sense. And I'll be honest, even though I like Naruto and Hinata, there should have been Naruto and Sakura, or Sakura should have been someone better than Sasuke, because how the hell, like, she had to be a masochist or one of those, like, Stockholm Syndrome bitches, because, goddammit, Sasuke nearly killed her multiple occasions, abused her, leaves her to go do this mission, yet she's still somehow in love with him. It's like, God, Sasuke's a worse father and husband than Vegeta, and that's saying something here. Like at
least Vegeta was there.
He was there. I know it was supposed to be like
maybe he never hugged his child until he was 7, but
my goodness, it's like like at least take Sakura with you with your journey. Like, come on. But no.
It's funny because that's actually Sakura and Sasuke was my choice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay. Y'all just fucking hate those two. Okay.
But I hate Sasuke, not Sakura. Like, I don't understand how Sakura gets the hate, because she actually has a lot of character development. A lot of people like to overlook because she's the obsessive girlfriend. Well, Sasuke never got out of his emo phase, continued to emo phase, and everything else.
He got away with everything.
Got away with
Boruto, right? I didn't watch a lot of Naruto.
Oh,
right? I actually only watched the pain arc and the first 2 arcs, the training, the exam arc, and
I watched a little bit of Boruto, and I was watching Naruto. I stopped reading the manga a long time ago, but I kept watching the anime, which I know was a bad idea, but it was on Toonami, and usually I just let it play in the background. Yeah. But I don't even watch that anymore. It's just so bad to me.
I wouldn't say Sasuke is still in an emo phase. I'd say he is more of the mature brooding type, like fucking Batman. But he doesn't like.
Sorry, I'm Sasuke.
I'm Sasuke.
Like Batman, like freaking like. But anyways, continue. Sorry, I just had to make a little reference.
But yeah, Sarah, why do you think that it's so weird? And who would you actually ship one of those 2 with?
The funny thing is, for Sakura, Rock Lee maybe.
That'll be a good choice.
That's right. He had that little crush on her.
But no, even better. No, even better than this. And this is like anime filler. The guy who has no name confessing to her. There's an actually scene about that. Is a better choice than Sasuke. Like literally,
almost literally anyone else would have been a better choice.
Okay, so we
I also had another one, but I decided to stick with Naruto one.
Okay, so like I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I would actually swap Hinata and Sakura. I would actually do a little bit of a husband swap with them. I think Hinata's character kind of matches a bit more. It feels a bit more comfortable to say that she belongs with Sasuke just because he's like the type that doesn't like to be bothered and she's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also imagine their eyes.
But Hinata deserves better.
Yeah, Hinata deserves way better. Oh gosh. Heck, even the wolf guy would have been a good husband for Hinata. I forgot his name. Like the one who has the dog.
Oh, I forgot his name too. I'm a casual, like if that Naruto fan. I am not really.
Before some random person screams in the background,
No, my one ship, I was at least happy my one ship became canon was Shikamaru Tamari. Out of all the characters throughout the season, they had the best chemistry, the best interactions, and I was happy they married. I'm like, thank God at least they married. Because, it's like, because Tamari reminds me a lot of Android 18. That's why I instantly fell in love with her. She was a badass blonde chick. And she was a bad guy at first. And then, yeah. But yeah, pretty much my hated ship is Sakura and Sasuke.
Yeah.
But most of the other ships.
I was going to mention, it just to go out of anime for a second. I was going to mention others because immediately when I saw that question, I just thought about Katara and Zuko was like.
Oh God, yes. So why did people say that?
I have a problem with Katara as a character entirely. I don't think she deserves any love. This bitch, all right, this whore.
I think Katara's a really good character.
I'm the last airbender. I'm the last airbender ever. I feel so isolated because I'm the only one who knows my world and stuff.
Beginning Katara. I will agree with the beginning Katara, but she matured later on.
Katara comes out, my mother.
Yeah, but that was the thing is that mainly happened during the beginning. Later on, she kind of grew out of that. But
yeah, she definitely grew.
Yeah, but my ship in that actually I really like is Toph and Zuko, and I still believe to this in Legend Korra, one of her daughters is Zuko's daughters. I stand by this wholeheartedly. I don't know which one, but I wholeheartedly believe one of her daughters is Sokka's daughter.
Mad bitches
Sokka's such a great character.
He's
it's so weird too because I didn't like how he looked. So I'm like, what are they seeing in this guy? Toph is in love with him. Ty Lee's in love with him. That fucking chick he ended up being with is in love with him. Jesus Christ!
It's Water Tribe swagger.
No. It's the Chad undercut with the ponytail. He's like, hey, baby, want to get some mocha lattes with me?
Honestly, Tylee is best girl. If anybody says otherwise,
I say tough. Honestly, because I like tough.
Tylee is actually pretty cute. I like her a lot.
No, a lot of characters. I love all the characters.
She's gymnast, so we all know what she got.
Controversial opinion. I like Azula too. Because
Azula's a great character.
When I was watching this show, she scares me. I was like, oh wow. I've never felt like dread every time a character walks into a scene. I'm like, oh, it's her. Oh no.
Remember that beach episode where they actually humanized her? I was like,
yeah.
Behind this. She became the creepy antagonist, the creepy girlfriend, the overly attached girlfriend meme. Like if you remember the overly attached girlfriend meme?
Yeah, I remember.
Put Azula's face on there. There's Azula.
Her smiling.
He's just like,
same character, same person.
Killed your mother. Now I'm the only girl in your life. That's Azula. Wholeheartedly.
So, favorite anime protagonist and antagonist.
Yeah. Since I was thinking a lot about like favorite protagonist and antagonist in anime, is like anime is so huge. It's not like a. It's not a genre. It's not a I guess it's not like it's not a specific genre like the Oscars wanted to make you believe. It's just so huge. It's like it's kind of hard to pick. So I told myself like just narrow it down to shonen. Like there's just so much anime.
I agree.
There's just so much anime. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna narrow it down to a shonen protagonist because I had to really think, and I watched a lot of anime, a lot of movies, and I was like, it's really hard for me to pick one. So my personal favorite will always be Goku as the protagonist, like favorite anime protagonist, because obviously I'm obsessed.
Obviously.
But I have to give it, like, even though I'm not like the biggest One Piece fan, I really like Luffy as a character, and his character, considering how long One Piece has been going on for, I still like him.
Honestly,
yeah, he's
a lot of Goku vibes in him.
A lot of Goku vibes from him. But you know, I'm starting to read the manga again. I fall off, I jump back on, I fall off and jump back on. And the one thing that never changes for me is that I'll always love Luffy.
He's a fun character. Like I don't really much into him anymore, but I loved him especially.
I honestly find it harder to pick an antagonist.
Oh, I got one easily. But even though
I have one too.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Ace.
No, you go first.
I didn't mention. This is like my personal favorite. From Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'm picking the Fuhrer Bradley.
Yes, that's me too.
Whoa. Hey.
He's better than the main villain. He's way better than the main villain. I love that show. It is like, I will say this to my dying day. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is still my favorite top anime. It is like, even though I love My Hero Academia now, and I love it more than Dragon Ball, I'll say that. I love I love Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood way better than that. Because it has an original story, has a great villain, and Fuhrer Bradley is a better villain. And I don't like the 2003 Fuhrer Bradley because he was boring. As much as that was a great application, Brotherhood was more fleshed out, showing his wrath and his contradiction to religion and everything. He really messed with
and not to mention that whole it's hard to call it a fight scene because he was just like laying down fools. But when he was going back up to his home basically, but it had a name, I just forgot what it was called. But when he was going back up there and he's just walking, like it was terrifying, like this character and what he was able to do, and just him not even doing anything yet. You feel he's just walking in the foreground. He passes Edward, and Edward, Alan to fix the car, and he is just like, I'm not going to go through the back door of my own home.
Here's the thing too about him. I love
that amazing.
Okay, as much as Homunculus contradicts humanity, his made sense. Like everything else was like their own personal vendetta. Fear Bradley was just like, religion. Like religion is used as a tool of fear, which you look at history, it pretty much was. Fear Bradley actually contradicts humans not because of their ability or their emotions. He contradicted their choices. Like, hey, you use religion as a weapon of fear. Like, freaking like, God will strike me down. No, because he's an object created by man. And then he goes and he just continues on and on. Like he just rips apart like all these. He doesn't rip apart their personalities. He just rips out humanity's choices.
Yeah, and he does not. He doesn't regret a goddamn thing when at death.
Oh goodness.
So what's your best anime pro tag then?
Okay, and this one, like originally it was Edward Elric because I liked his character, but this was a no choice for me because I recently just caught up with the anime. I like Deku Midoriya as my favorite protagonist because he's I very love underdog characters, and he's that perfect choice for underdog characters. Like he wasn't like when he got all for one for all. He didn't like instantly master it, be like, "Hey, I'm the super cool, powerful guy. I'm the chosen one." No, he had to learn the hard way how to control it, and it is so goodly written. And he's the bottom of heroism. That isn't like goodness. The arc where he saves Eri was my favorite one so far. Just him just not giving up.
I think Midoriya in the Kai Chisaki arc, aka Overhaul arc.
Yes, that's exactly the one I'm talking about.
I didn't like him in that arc more than I liked Eri, Shigaraki, Kai Chisaki.
No, a lot of characters did overshadow him being good but better. But to me, him like being in a relationship, like later on, like during the festival, like I love how human he is compared to like a lot of characters being like, "Oh, I'm the superhero, look at me." His main goal was just making Eri happy because he knows her life has sucked. Instead of like making like, "Hey, like look at me, I'm the good guy, let me help everybody." He knows this what this girl's been through, and then fighting like the gentleman villain just so he wouldn't ruin her day was this amazing fight. And that, like I said, he's an underdog. He doesn't have to like a lot of protagonists are like Goku. Like I love him, but him being able to master forms really quickly, like Super Saiyan and that, I was like, okay, that's cool. But he's a fighter, I understand that. But Midoriya learning, because remember he had no quirks, so him learning this the most powerful one at once, it wrecks his body, and I love that. A hero that struggles with it. He has the ultimate power, but he struggles to use it, and that makes great character development.
Yeah, I just like good boys in anime, so Deku was just one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's a good boy. I want to hug him. He's a cinnamon roll. You know, like he's a cinnamon roll.
Okay, so I can say that we all have the same favorite anime antagonist, Fewer Bradley.
Oh goodness, he's so perfectly written.
But when it comes to best protagonist, I'm the type that likes protagonists that already has the experience. You know, they're at like they're given a title and they have that experience to back it up. Like we're like witnessing what an experienced fighter actually is, and the struggle that they could go through both mentally and physically just by losing somebody. I'm giving it to Colonel Roy Mustang.
Really?
I wouldn't. No, yeah, I could see. No, he's great. I like him as a character. I don't consider him a protagonist though. But I see what you mean.
Lust, him versus Lust.
Yeah, one of the best anime fight scenes.
That was awesome. But whenever he got his hands on Envy, whenever he got his hands on Envy,
that was not a fight.
That man was like, "What the fuck are you doing to my lieutenant?" And he just like goes on a spree of snaps, just like going off like he's conducting
some sort of fight. That was a fight. That was an outright ass whooping. That was not a fight. That
man was acting like he was conducting some sort of symphony with his snaps, and I just loved how it worked. And like that final snap where he's showing so much restraint to build it up, and just like, oh my god,
it's great, but funny because you see a guy struggling to snap his finger on it. Like it's a great scene. Don't get me wrong, it's perfectly done. But if you context of reality, it's hilarious. You see, but like it's still great. Like they did it perfectly well. But you like I always see the funny situation, these ultimate like attacks, like with the simple thing like snapping your finger. They need a hero with the snapping their fingers with the quirk. That would be cool. Not fire, but yeah, I get it.
He embodies a character that may be experienced, may have a title to back up that experience, and we don't have to watch them like every other shonen protagonist build their way up. We just see him as the leader he is, badass and all, but we see that he has a soft spot for certain characters, and that's his fucking motivation to just kill off his opponents. That is he is what embodies a leader, in my opinion. Like, that is a leader character done right. Instead of, like, some character leading a team, but then loses his men along the way, and like, you know, they somehow just become dust in the wind, and you just forget about them, like they were nothing. Like, I don't like those types of characters. But Roy Mustang is that done right, in my opinion. Fewer Bradley is my favorite antagonist. Same reason why y'all are saying that he's just kind of like, I just love badass characters, and Full Metal Alchemist knew how to do that right. I don't know.
Oh yes,
why.
they did.
Like even side characters were phenomenal. Like even the side characters.
Olivier.
Oh goodness, Riza Hawkeye is my waifu from there. I love Riza Hawkeye. So yeah,
it was just good. It was just good. Full Metal Alchemist was one of the best. I could see why it's literally number 2 on my anime list. Like, every single time you go on, it's at least in the top 3.
Yeah, same here.
Same here. It's my number 1. It still is. So to me, it's my number 1.
My number 1 will always be Fully Cooley.
People are like, "Oh,
that's a great one too."
Y'all are forgetting about Death Note, and yeah. Listen, Death Note is great. Death Note is great, but they go so far into psychological means that psychology is their character rather than giving them a personality.
Here's the thing. You know what Death Note is to me, and I get a lot of controversy for this because of my ex-girlfriend. Death Note is the Twilight of anime. It really is.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I kind of enjoyed it the first time I watched it. I only watched it once though.
Like no, not because of the show. Not because of the show. It's the fan base. Like, remember the time when like the white girls would be like the bite marks they draw on their neck, part of their hair, like, oh my god. You see the girls with the Death Note books just writing your name, going, "I'm gonna kill you." I had a girl like that on my class. It was like so cringy. It's like, what the fuck? Like, Hot Topic. She was like Hot Topic chick beyond. Like, she was like the fan. I don't remember the character's name, but there was a girl that was like the character that looked like she was from Hot Topic. That was my classmate, but cringier. Like, full on cringe.
Oh yeah, her.
Gosh, it's just like
what underrated anime is considered great to us? Like, okay, no, I need to explain this. It could be either an anime that people don't like but we find good, or it could be an anime that goes unrecognized that we find good.
So if you want to go Ace, you can.
Goodness. That's a kind of this is a movie.
Oh, mine's a movie too.
And this is from the Studio Ghibli.
Studio Ghibli. Okay, I don't think Studio Ghibli films are underrated. I mean, in comparison to others.
No, comparison to others, but like this one is less famous than most of them, and I don't understand why. Not Howl's Moving Castle, that's a great one. Spirited Away, but one that a lot of people don't talk about because it's not so family friendly, but I still love it. It's Princess Mononoke.
Oh, Princess Mononoke.
Yes, because goodness, that is not a child film. It's gory. It's bloody,
actually my favorite Studio Ghibli movie.
Same here. And
I thought you were gonna say like what was that one? Something in the Valley of the Wind, something like that. The one with the spores.
Oh yeah, there's also one that no one talks about and no one knows about, and honestly, it's not my favorite. But there's also one that no one talks about. Little Nemo. Ever heard of it?
Little Nemo. Oh yes.
Have you heard of Little Nemo, Nick?
Mm-hmm.
I was not with Nick.
Oh, is he still here? Oh, he's there. Yeah.
I own a lot of anime stories. So like, I had like Little Nemo, Ponyo.
Oh, you do know Little Nemo, okay.
The Sky.
Now, I would have said that.
And most of them were on VHS.
So. Yeah, same here. Like, Little Nemo, Princess Mononoke was technically my favorite one. Underrated one is Little Nemo, because no one really talks about that one anymore. And it's actually not that bad of a Studio Ghibli movie. It's probably one of its most forgotten, because a lot of people's lists, they don't really mention it. But it's not that bad of a movie. And it has a great storyline. Like, as kids, it gave me nightmares. They did a great job of the nightmare thing, because when I was a big kid, it gave me nightmares. And then I watched it as an adult and going, how did this give me nightmares? But thinking of a child mind going, okay, I can see why this gave me nightmares. Anyways, what was your most underrated one?
Okay, I'm going to mention two, actually, because one is so obscure that you can't even like really find it outside of anime pirating sites because they never never translated it. It's only fan subs. But the one I want to mention first, I'm going to talk about a movie called Dead Leaves. Have you guys heard of it?
No, I have not.
No.
The movie Dead Leaves, it's just really short. It's like an hour and like 10 minutes or something. It's not very long, but it's just about these two characters who were frozen in cryo sleep, wake up in the middle of nowhere, immediately start doing crimes, and get sentenced to the moon for jail work. And it's just a balls. If you like Fully Cooley, if you like zany anime, then Dead Leaves is just a really fun anime that not a lot of people talk about. In fact, I think one of the lead storyboard artists or animators from Fully Cooley actually directed this movie, and it's just called Dead Leaves, and it's super fun. There are some things that happen that's so crazy you don't see it coming, but it makes so much sense in the universe that they create that it's pretty it's pretty out there. And I highly like the animation is what I love about it the most, because the animation is simple, kind of like lots of heavy shadows, very simple character. There's a character in there called Dick Drill who has a giant drill for a dick.
Of course he has to. You have that name, you gotta have that. You can't just name yourself Dick Drill. Like, what is it? Like, well, you don't have one. It's like it's either you actually have a dick drill or it's your special sex move. That's the only reason why you call Dexter Dick Drill.
The main characters, one's called Pandy because she has a weird kind of like Domino. The character Domino, she has like a red mark on her eye. And the other one is called Retro. He has a TV for a head. So I think
I've seen like previews of this anime movie, but I never heard of it. I might have to look it up.
It's not long and it's great. It's like a fun, really animation lovers type movie. But if you like really crazy, stupid, zany stuff, it's if you like, especially if you like Fully Cooley, it's only an hour long, and I highly recommend it. One anime I want to mention super quick. It's so obscure you can't really find it anywhere. It came out in I think it came out in 1995. But it's called a Combustible Campus Gardas. If you can find it, I know, don't pirate anime, but this anime came out in 95 and is not being translated.
I pirate my anime all the time. Don't tell me that.
It's not coming out anytime soon, trust me. But this was a fun anime, a fun backstory. I'll keep it quick, but I actually found this anime back in the 90s when I was renting anime from a bootleg rental store, and it had fan subs and everything, and they titled it the best they could. They called it Raging Flames Guardians of Campus. And for years, like 15 years, I couldn't find it because that was not the actual title. But it's called Combustible Campus Gardas. That's the actual name. And it's just about this school where every character has a ability or a special move. They have to protect the school and the gates of hell from opening. So they're fighting demons. Wow. But their moves are completely silly. Like it's a really cool anime. If you want to go that old school 90s fighting anime, it's all in here, except that it's just mostly filled with comedy, and they have to stop a portal from hell from opening and demons from taking over the city, the town.
Dude, I love the art style of old anime.
It has a lot of dumb jokes, like very fancy panty shots and stuff like that, but they're very self-aware. Surprisingly, for an anime that came out in 95, when they do these shots and everything, they're kind of like aware of what they're doing, which I kind of really like. So I recommend seeing that too. Try to find it. It's on pirate anime sites. Don't get viruses, and have fun watching that.
Definitely. I actually love the art style of old animes. I actually have a poster of, there's this YouTube video called TIE Fighter, the Star Wars fan film. They made a spaceship battle, like a starship battle of Star Wars, but they did a completely 80s anime style, and it is fantastic.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw that, I was like, this is fan made?
Yeah,
Really
I have a giant ass wall scroll of it because he actually sold those for it, and it's like, yes, I'll have that.
Sweet, jealous.
But
I would say that my underrated anime. Now this is gonna be weird. I was gonna say Ghost Stories, but then I remembered everybody should know it based off.
She's a ghost bitch.
Touch me, hold on. But I was gonna say that, and I'm like, there's one anime that, despite the fact that a lot of people love, it doesn't get talked about. It really doesn't get talked about enough. Code Geass.
I remember that one. It was a long time ago since I seen it. Though.
A lot of people love Code Geass, but not that many talk about it. Now, this is probably because, like, oh, well, it's from the Gundam genre, and that died a long time ago, and it's not as popular as it was, and maybe the story might have been a little bit convoluted in some areas. Maybe some characters just didn't stick because, we're talking about, like, weird voice acting here. But I'm just saying, Lelouch, B. Britannia, I'd say is like I'd say he carries it solely. And when you rely on one character to carry an entire anime alone, based off of a revenge plot, I'd say you've managed to pull off what only a select few have managed to do, right? Because usually you would want to immerse yourself inside a world, but in a world where not many things are interesting, and you're just like basing your entire thing on, oh well, I hope this guy gets his fucking revenge. They crippled his goddamn sister, and she's blind. Like, yeah, I'd say Code Geass is heavily underrated. Not many people talk about it, though. Every single time you bring it up, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, yeah, Code Geass!" Like,
yeah.
Especially the Akiro, the Exiled films. A lot of people don't talk about those because they're arguably not the best. And plus, they've retconned the Code Geass story a little bit since the Lelouch the Resurrection movie came out. They had to retcon the entire series, and Sherry's death. I think her name's Sherry, right? Her death literally didn't happen. So, like, they had to change a lot, and I guess they're planning on her to actually have an important role, and that's why they kept her alive. I don't know. But, yeah, I'd say Code Geass is extremely underrated, and especially the original. I love the original. And, yeah.
Nice.
Just nice.
Nice.
Well, I've never seen that. Like, it's been so long since I've seen it, so it's like I can't
Me
remember
too.
everything. It's like, oh, I remember watching it when I was like, because I didn't really have cable till I was older. But I did, like, only thing I ever saw on Adult Swim was Dragon Ball, and actually saw Code Geass a bit.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. I'm actually gonna answer first on this one because I have a hate boner for this anime so much. What anime pains you to watch, but you've gotten too far to stop watching?
Oh, I already know mine.
What makes it so fat. It's so fucking trash. Fucking Domestic Girlfriend.
Never seen it.
I hated it so much. Only one person deserved happiness. I read the fucking manga because I'm like, well, shit, I got in this far too deep in the fucking anime, might as well read the manga. Nope, the manga ends poorly because she just basically, like, the one slut gets the fucking douchebag. And yeah, that dude doesn't deserve happiness, but I would have rather him choose the actual girl that deserves it. And, like, fuck Domestic. Listen, if you know, you know. If you don't know, you're better off not knowing, all right?
Mine's gonna probably be the most controversial.
Which is it?
Death Note.
Ah, really?
To me, it is. Like I said, it's not because of the anime. Like to me, like I just never found it interesting. And this is actually the only anime the fan base has kind of ruined it for me.
Do they spoil it for you, or just like they just overhyped it up and it wasn't live up to expectations?
It's not that.
It definitely has something to do with the cringe girl in his class.
No, it was just her. By the time I got so big, and like I said, Death Note is the Twilight of anime. A lot of girls were freaking obsessed with the damn thing.
Especially with L. Oh my god.
Goodness, and it's just like, oh, this was back in the day when YouTube wasn't so big and everything when this came out. And it's just like, look at this, go, what the absolute shit is this? Like, I started watching it because when I was dating the girl at the time, my ex, I watched it and I'm just like trying to get into it, going, but she's like super hyper about it. She like, oh, it just wasn't her though. She was actually a calm one, but there are other girls.
I believe it's definitely an anime that's meant for the more reserved people. Like you're supposed to like. I'm not that type of person who likes to go ahead and be like the Rick and Morty fan base where you need a certain level of IQ to understand this. No. But I definitely think
reminds me of the Billy and Mandy meme.
I definitely think that Death Note is something that needs to be enjoyed calmly and more reserved rather than be like hyped.
Excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Because like when you really think about it, a lot of the shit that's happening and people who are like excited that the shit's going on in the anime and like, oh well, look at this plot twist. They are so excited that they don't realize that they were actually shown them putting that plot together, that little twist together, especially towards the end. Everybody was like, oh shit, Nier actually got one over fucking Light. And then like they forgot that a couple of episodes earlier they showed how the plan happened and they're like, oh my god, how did you do it?
That's like that just reminds me of this. Hold on.
Load of hoo-ha I've ever seen. Why do you
God,
insist
yes.
watch this stupid thing?
The only one who understands them.
This ambitious cinematic masterpiece. This movie isn't stupid.
You're stupid.
That's pretty much like that's me with some shows, but like
That's me with comics, like Western comics.
yeah, like or me like yes, or Western animation. Some of them were like a lot of people don't like it. I'm like, goodness, man. Some Western animation, like I don't like what Western animation is weak at is reboots, but when they actually come up with original content, is amazing. Like
Yeah.
the Airbender show, fantastically done, and then like then there was the I believe I forgot this movie. It was the one where the twins and they were in the forest with their uncle, and it was like a bunch of paranormal activities. They were on a camp, and it's like, oh, it was so good. God damn it!
Oh wait, Gravity Falls?
Yes, there it is. Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
That was good. Fantastically done. And
I think it was overhyped, and I hated Weird Mageddon Part 2, but you know.
No, Tumblr kind of did that.
No, I did actually. Fun fact: I didn't actually see anybody on social media talking about Gravity Falls. I just watched it.
Me too. I didn't bother with I saw some fan art sometimes, but I waited till the series was over, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna binge it, and I did. It was enjoyable that way.
It was enjoyable.
Just Weird Mageddon Part 2.
Now when they continue a series, they're also still fantastic. Like Samurai Jack, the final season was what they could have done though better was made the episodes longer, at least build the story longer. But it was still a fantastic final season. And the video game that came after gave us the ending we wanted, and that's still considered where the girl lives.
Oh, I would have still killed her. I don't say hate her or anything. I just think it's better.
No, bittersweet ending, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think Samurai where he went through, he deserved happiness. So I was kind of happy for the other ending because he went through a lot.
Yeah, I did. I think my.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't know. I was
gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you the question.
Okay.
He lost his train of thought.
What your question?
Sarah, I was gonna ask you what anime pains you to watch, but you got too far deep into it.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to get into. Sword and Art Online.
Oh.
Sword Art Online. Oh my god. It is so
I feel sorry for you.
Beautifully bad.
What? It is so rapey.
That's like too easy. Like everyone says, like, oh, it's so rapey. It's like, take that out. Like I can talk about that until sunrise. But everything else, it's so poorly written. It's like every time it could have taken a right turn, it takes a hard left into just like and falls off a cliff. I've never seen something so
ending to a Dragon Ball Super arc.
It's funny because Dragon Ball Super is bad. Sword Art Online is frustrating how bad it is. Like you don't understand why. It's like first the protagonist Kirito has like a harem, not explicitly said, but every female character wants to suck this guy off. I don't know why he feels.
I personally like Gun Gale Online because I think Giga says it best, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gun Gale Online was a test for everybody to decide whether they just hated Sword Art Online or they just hated Kirito. They hated Kirito.
The funny thing is, Kirito is just like he's incredibly overpowered. It's so overpowered they had to put like in the recent arc, the Alicization, he's comatose. Just so it can have like
and then Sinon fucking steals a kiss off of him.
That's so like, ugh. I just feel gross watching this, but because, and it's not that. It's not even that. It's just so. And like for example, there's a character side story like that. Nowhere they're outside in the real world. They're just characters like I these literal who's because I don't really care for these characters. But they're trying. Oh, we gotta get Kirito back, and we gotta do this. So they're working a machine. A character that said nothing through most of the season pulls out a gun, and starts ranting how Kirito killed his digital waifu. And he's like, "I was so close, and then he killed her." It's like, where is this coming from? This wasn't build up. It feels out of nowhere. And then he shoots the guy.
In a nutshell.
He shoots the guy in the arm. And he's like, I don't want to kill you, but if I have to. And then another character comes in and he loses his footing and he falls to his death. And then immediately, not 3 seconds, the character turns around, says, thank you. Do you want to go out sometime? A character literally fell to his death and he's asking a girl out on a date. And it becomes a meet cute kind of thing out of nowhere. And I'm just like, what is happening in this stupid show? And that's just one thing. That's just an example of what many things that they do. There's a gamers rise up speech in the last season. I was just like, like the government treats us like trash. It's like us gamers have to stick together. It's like, oh, are you guys serious with this?
Oh, they probably are.
I don't even watch that shit.
Dude,
it's so fun.
I know once.
It's so fun how bad it is.
Secondhand cringe. Oh my god! Anime moments that made us cry. Let's try to watch.
That's an easy one for me. Easy one for me. But right, I'll let you guys go. Like, I don't know. I was just last, and maybe someone else wants to go.
Nah, first.
Go ahead.
All right. Hunter x Hunter, Ant Arc, and Murim and Komagi made me cry. And I'm not even like a huge Hunter x Hunter fan, but that last arc, second to last arc, they had a small mini arc after that, but the last big arc in the anime with the king and that little blind girl made me ugly cry when I saw it. And spoilers for Hunter x Hunter. I don't know if anyone cares. Okay, you've seen it. Okay, I'm just letting anyone knows who's listening who probably will watch it in the future because this is a big spoiler. But on Hunter x Hunter, Mirim gets radiation poison basically. And Komagi, the little girl that he's been sort of kind of protecting and playing this fictional chess game in their universe. And he gives her the chance to sort of leave, that she doesn't have to be, with him anymore. In fact, that he can affect her too and also take her life, with the radiation. And she stays by his side, saying that no one has ever treated her the way the king has treated her, with kindness and respect. And you think, okay, the episode ends and they show credits, and you think like, okay, that was sad, but at least I didn't cry. And then the episode continues after the end credits, like it's a movie or something. and all you hear, they're in complete darkness, and they said, and they're talking to each other, and every time someone gets too quiet, they'll say, "Komagi, are you there?" And she'll like, "I'm here," and it's like, "King, are you there?" "I'm here." They're just having this conversation while playing chess, and they're slowly dying. That was it. That was like, okay, here comes the waterworks. I can't hold it back anymore. And I
geez.
ugly cried. I was just uncontrollably crying at the end. And it's like, this is how they do it. They just take a knife and stab me through the heart. They couldn't just end it there. They had to keep going. And it was for a show that I think it's okay, Hunter x Hunter. I'm not like the biggest Hunter x Hunter fan. That ending was great. And that's just me.
That sounds amazing.
So what's yours?
Mine is still popular. It's still, I always still consider one of the saddest moments. It's still my saddest moment was not his death. It was sad how he died. But it was his funeral. Maze Hughes' funeral.
Ah, yeah.
It beat me up
Oh.
hard. Oh, especially when his daughter starts saying, "Why are they burying Dad?" It just hurt me to the core.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, and then it cuts to fucking Roy's face as he fucking overhears it, and he's just like completely lost amongst himself.
Then and that's why it makes me like Fuhrer, because unlike them, he was shaken with rage because I just did not like her being interrupted in the funeral. I'm going, "You bastard!" He's angry that she's crying, and it's like, oh, but like everything just like hurt, especially her saying it. Then later on, when he goes to the headstone, saying it's raining, even though it's a purely sunny day, and he's crying, like, oh, my heart, no.
Yeah.
Oh, still gets
Honestly, I'd have to say that the anime moment that got me like really good, right? It was from a movie, all right? A movie that I just was able to see this year. I waited 2 fucking years for this movie to be watched in dub. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. I watched it. I fucking cried because I can relate to the social anxiety. And when the girl passed away, right? They were hinting at the fact that there was a serial killer going around in the movie so many times, and I'm like, they're hinting at the fact that this dude's like out there the entire fucking movie, and I'm like, okay, so at some point they're gonna come across this guy. Not once did I ever think that she died by his hand, and we don't even know what the guy looks like. All right, we don't even know if it's a dude, but she died, and she has pancreatic cancer. And she wants to go through an entire bucket list, live her life and all that before she dies with the main protagonist who isn't a social outcast. And she dies before her cancer even kill her. And then like he has to go ahead and be the one to bring the bad news to her friend that she told me that she had pancreatic cancer, but she didn't want anybody else to know but me. Some random dude she was chilling out with, because she wanted everybody else to think that she was happy with the life that she was living, when in reality she was fucking hurting and she didn't want to die. And the ending scene of the movie where he's basically reading her diary, because her mother gives him her diary and he's reading it, and it's got this beautiful scene of like her, I want to say her spirit running around in like this, like if you ever seen the music video Shelter, it
No.
kind of looks kind of something like that. The anime music video Shelter with the girl in the swing and she gets shipped off into fucking outer space, because the world ends and like her father's dead and she's just floating in like a cryostasis.
Sounds like 10 anime music videos I've watched. Just to say, go on,
Yeah,
continue.
like it reminded me of the digital world she would be in, and all the fucking mystical. I wouldn't say mystical, but all the like aspects of that world that she would add to it. The brightness, the flowers going around, and everything, and yeah, her death was like the saddest thing in the movie, and it ultimately affected the protagonist greatly because he didn't even show up to her funeral because he couldn't live with himself. And then whenever he finally decides to confront everybody about all this stuff that he's been going through with her and all that other stuff, he finally begins to open up, and this is the lesson that got me, and I will live by this lesson that it has taught me. You need to learn to like value everybody you come in contact with your life. No matter how small the encounter, you need to value it because it can ultimately lead you down a path that will make you happy. Value everybody you come across. Live to the fullest with those people if you can. And yeah. That was that entire final scene, and I loved it. It's a great movie. I could see why the novel actually won a Nobel Peace Prize. It was actually, well, not a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, I think it did. And it was just good. It was just good. But yeah, that's
We just went on a field trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just so good. Oh my god, I'm tearing up just thinking about it.
That's how I felt when they talked about that ending too.
Oh gosh, mine too. It's like, oh.
Shifting over gears from anime to video games, we're finally reaching our second category.
Video games.
How big on video games are you guys? Like, just a quick run through.
I actually just started. It was a huge like. I've been like 2 or 3 years of not really playing a lot of games. To the tail end of this year is getting back into playing games again.
Drawing is my I want to get more to games with my YouTube channel for sure. Mainly drawing is my job and for stuff for social, and then video games is my relaxation. Like I play games like not daily, but every other day maybe, depending on how busy I am. But I do play a lot. And I want to
I'm making it my New Year's resolution to play more games in 2021.
There you go.
I'm gonna cut a couple questions from this because just now I'm realizing some of them can be tied back to like they're practically the same question, I guess. What's our opinion on anime video games?
Anime video games has similar issues with franchise like shows and movies that'll turn into games. Sometimes they're decent to piss poor, or sometimes you'll get gems like when they actually get it right. Like I know Dragon Ball, but Fighters, there was a lot of love and thought put into it. And sometimes you'll get something like Jumps. What was that recent Jump Star game that came out?
Yeah, the one that like all the together minimal look really nasty looking.
Yeah, what was it called? Jump Force. Jump Force.
Yes. Perfection's favorite game.
Yeah, it seems like it's sort of like there's more bad unfortunately than good, but I like to believe it's getting better.
Like I think they should just change the graphic design to be more simplistic, but they try to make it look too realistic. Like Cell looks horrifying.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, oh gosh. To me, what makes a good anime game isn't just because of the gameplay. Gameplay can always be good, but that's why I love Fighters, which is how I would consider my favorite Dragon Ball game, for the simple point of having an original story that doesn't repeat the freaking franchise. I hate when games, story modes, repeat the franchise. That's why I like Xenoverse and have a love hate for it, because even though it does repeat the storylines, has twists to it and adds original villains. But Fighters did it perfectly, adding Android 21, Like,
Mm-hmm.
her storyline ends like Boo, which kind of was like its downfall to me, but it was still good. Like her ending was very Boo-ish.
But I feel like it's just I just give them credit for like just thank you for doing something else.
Yes, and
instead of like let's replay Raditz to Frieza to sell, just going upwards. And it's like, no offense to Dragon Ball Kakarot, but it would be nice to get something unique,
Unique. Exactly. Like I would love more original villains for video games. Like that's why I love Android 21. Heck, there was this one for a phone game. I never played it, but it was like that demon-looking guy with a Triclops-looking thing. Like I would have loved if him to be brought more into it because he looked really interesting. Heck, I loved the demons, Toa, Mira, and then also I love Demigra. I love Demigra's final form. Like even though Xenoverse 1's gameplay sucked, it had a better storyline than it did the second one because I love Demigra. He was an amazing villain.
Making your CAC a total bitch from the first game.
Oh goodness, yeah. When he first played through, he was a totally hard person to fight, but once you leveled up and grinded, he was a pissant, like any grinding game.
And then Xenoverse 2 made your CAC from the first game a bitch.
Yeah, and then here is my weakness about Xenoverse. I love Goku. Stop making him your backup. Why does he have to come in every time you're fighting the main antagonist? It's your character story. Why does Goku be Staple Boy have to come in and help you when he doesn't even help you? Like he's more like slap it.
I liked it more when you fight with Future Gohan. I think that was definitely a lot like a new breath of fresh air because I hate Goku, right? I fucking despise Goku. Sorry.
You are the low boy in this one because we both.
I hate Goku more than I hate Craig. but I don't know. I feel as though Xenoverse in general overhyped. Super Dragon Ball Heroes not deserving as many sequels in long time as it does. Dragon Ball Fusions deserves a fucking sequel. Switch, make it happen, please.
I would love that. I love the fusion
idea. It doesn't make sense
Fusion was
Dragon
fun.
Ball Heroes to continue, but Dragon Ball Fusions that did better.
A lot of DeviantArt fanboys were so happy that day when that game came out, but they actually made sense. Like, my favorite fusion was Gohan and Ginyu because they made that guy actually pretty damn epic.
Yes. Yes.
But that's so many confusions and just and like I would love to do a bigger console with better graphics. Like sure, I love the DS version, but the chibi kind of style was like to me. I'd like to see more like full grown versions of it, like with more automatically Dragon Ball correctly looking fusions.
I feel as though and all Dragon Ball Fusions needed was whenever you EX fuse your OC with like any character, it needs to allow you to edit some of the fucking features like on the head because
that would be so much memory.
There's a lot like if you fused your OC with Super Saiyan God Goku, they would have that random patch of red and it's just so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Like let me fix that and then boom, it's a perfect game. Like yeah. I loved it. I had a 3DS. I have a 3DS emulator on my phone. Pirated Dragon Ball Fusions, by the way. And yeah, I fucking enjoy playing my 3DS emulator, and Dragon Ball Fusions is one of those games I go to. It's a good game, and it did better than Dragon Ball Heroes. But for some odd reason, they think Dragon Ball Heroes is more deserving of sequels than fucking Dragon Ball Fusions.
It's marketing. That's all it really is.
Like, I think it had something to do with a lot of people getting into Dragon Ball Fusions after it was already too late for them to build on the fan base. Like, nobody got into it until like late. So, I don't know. What to you guys is the best console growing up, and what were the highlights of said console? AKA, what games? What did the controller? Was the controller the best feel for it? Etc.
Nostalgia. I'm gonna say the first PlayStation 1. Because that was the first I grew up like but I had hand-me-downs before the PlayStation. Like Nintendo was given to me because the Genesis came out, and then the Genesis was given to me because I don't know, someone had a Super Nintendo or something. And one Christmas, my mom actually brought me a PlayStation, and that became my favorite console. But that's just nostalgia. If I had to say the one I owned that was the best, it was PlayStation 2, hands down.
Oh, same here.
Yeah. Okay, well,
I think PlayStation 2. Here's my explanation. PlayStation 2 had to me had the best startup sound. I still remember that startup sound, but it also had the best game variety compared to Xbox. I love the Xbox. I still have
games
one. But they have so much more games compared to Xbox. I remember how I got into anime was actually PlayStation 2 because I never heard of anime till I played Kingdom Hearts. Never heard of Final Fantasy. I only played Kingdom Hearts because heck, it was Disney. I grew up with a white family. It was mainly Disney people. We were Disney freaks. Hey, Disney characters. And I I like the Sephiroth guy. Looked him up. Got into anime. That's how I got into anime. Kingdom Hearts.
So I am actually going to pick a console that is very late. Very much later than the PlayStation 2. I am going to choose my favorite console to be the Nintendo Wii. And
wow, really?
I picked the Wii as the
Wii is actually low tier on my list.
Now,
but go ahead.
I would say the GameCube was the best, but the fact that the Wii could play GameCube games just boosts it up. The Wii had Wii Sports Resort. The GameCube games I played were Super Smash Bros. Melee, the Legend of Zelda collection, which had Legend of Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. It had Twilight Princess. It had Wind Waker. I'm a big Zelda fan, if you couldn't fucking tell. The Wii had Super Smash Bros. Brawl. The Wii had Wii Play. It had a lot of good games. It had a lot of bad games, but it had a lot of good games because of the GameCube. And Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Brothers.
Nintendo had for fun games to play. I think Nintendo has a lot of those consoles. PlayStation 2 has iconic games, but Nintendo had the fun games. Do you remember the Wario game on the Wii? That was the Wario Party.
WarioWare or something.
Yeah, WarioWare, right?
WarioWare.
First time I played the Wii was at my friend's house, and this was before I got one. And you remember that one where you had to slap Wario awake? That little quick reaction one, you had to slap him awake.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I hated those remote controls. I'm sorry. If I had to play a game with the regular controller, I would. I would try to avoid it like the plague if I didn't have to play with the remote.
That's the best part because ever since the Wii, you were able to play with a GameCube controller, and they even implemented that for the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch. That's how iconic the fucking GameCube was. It still carries over this fucking day to even the Switch. That's how great the GameCube was.
I still have my GameCube controller.
I still have my Wii.
Mm-hmm. Oh, anyways, that part of the whole it's still the favorite thing because it made me laugh so hard. The game made us fail the game. I was at my friend's house, and he had to slap Wario awake. Right? You couldn't slap him too many times; he'd be angry. So I slapped him just the right amount of times, and he's happy. And before it cuts to the next game, I accidentally swipe the remote and bitch slap him so hard it cuts to the next game. And I just started dying of laughing. It's he's all smiling, thank you for waking me up. Shut up, bitch. Me and my friend were just crying.
That poor man. That poor man. Oh, I feel bad.
My Wii U. I love my Wii U. I still have it. I know it's not really that important now compared to the Switch. I had a game I wanted to play, but that's why I hate my last roommates were with, and my sister loved Mario Party, but she chose the wrong one. I still consider this the worst Mario Party game ever. And it's the one where you all travel. Yes, where you all traveled at the same time.
Oh my god.
That is not Mario Party. You're supposed to suffer. That's the point. You're supposed to play a board game.
It wasn't Mario Party 4. Oh my god. That's real torture.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the next topic.
Favorite video game / video game franchise overall.
Ooh.
Oh, I got one, but I'll let you guys go.
I'm gonna say Legend of Zelda.
That's a close one for me, but not quite.
That's a second for me. That's number second for me, but I have one.
That's just that's my second.
My first one actually came out because I loved it for its originality. Now the company behind it sucks. It does because it's Ubisoft, unfortunately, and it's not Assassin's Creed.
Oh no! Please don't say it. Please don't say it.
For Honor.
Oh,
I don't know if you ever heard of it.
I was about to fucking say, if you were about to say Watch Dogs, I was.
Oh, no. Okay, For Honor was a very unique game. Like I was seeing so many games that use the same process, but this game was so unique when it first came out. It had the art of battle. You had to like use your right stick to block and like move your angle of your sword, and it's just such a fun game. Now it's had some patches lately that make me not a big fan of it now. But it's still my favorite game of all time because how unique it is. I mean, come on. You got knights, Vikings, samurai, and now Chinese all fighting each other. Like, it makes no sense. It's because in the past, pretty much an apocalypse happened. And it has, to me, one of my favorite video game antagonists, Apollyon. All she wants is war. And she succeeds in it. Like, how many villains do you ever get that succeed in their plan? Like, she causes all the factions, Vikings, Knights, and Samurai in the very beginning, and then later on, the Wulin, which is the Chinese, come in and fight each other. And because all she wants is, like, because, like, her past is actually learned through the lore of the game, where she was actually raided by Vikings and was, I don't want to say that word.
Okay.
But she ends up, because a knight called a Lawbringer failed to save her village, so she kills that asshole, turns his armor to her own armor, becomes a warmonger, and pretty much just becomes one of the coolest villains of all time. I still think she's one of my favorite villains in a video game. And then she just makes the whole entire, like, knights, samurai, and Vikings fight each other in an endless war. Like, nice. In this game, like, the multiplayer continues the story, and, like, they even have, like, she even has a cult that wear the same armor that she did, and they call themselves the Warmongers. That's how impactful she was.
Sounds like some type shit.
Like, Ubisoft didn't do really good for their service sucked. Like the internet, their connections always done very good, but they did it perfect for a villain, and they still consider my favorite video game villains. So, anyways, that's my thing.
Okay, so Sarah, what's your favorite video game / video game franchise?
I actually have. It was hard for me to choose. I have two. I'm gonna keep them both super brief. One again for nostalgia. Naughty Dog's Jak and Daxter series.
Yes.
I have no clue what the fuck that is.
Jak and Daxter, really?
I don't pay attention to anything Naughty Dog after they ruined The Last of Us. All right.
Oh, they made this way before The Last of Us.
This was like this was prime Naughty Dog. Prime.
Yeah, this is like prime Naughty Dog, with, like, off the high of.
It's not my top 10
Crash
and
everything,
but it's still my top 20. I love it.
To be fair, I didn't get into The Last of Us until like late last year. Mm-hmm. So I didn't pay attention to Naughty Dog at all. I didn't even know who the fuck they were.
The Uncharted guys now. Before they were like the Crash guys. They were the Jak and Daxter guys. Then they just completely hit it big with Uncharted. But Jak and Daxter is my favorite franchise. It's a dead franchise too, but I absolutely love it because when I played it, I just keep imagining, man, this would be so cool if this was like one of those like TV shows, like an animated TV show or an animated 3D movie, because it has so many fun characters, a lot of like jokes. There's a lot of it gets edgy and and I put edge in quotations. It gets edgy when he becomes Dark Jack and all that kind of stuff, but it's still a fun game, a fun story.
Guys, definitely early 2000s, like dark versions of characters.
Oh yeah,
all that you said is literally describing Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Oh, it's not Conker's Bad Fur. Conker's Bad Fur is like it's like pure parody of.
I love.
And I love it too. Don't get me wrong. I love Conker.
I will say this: Xbox version sucks. The original 64 was better. I hate the remake.
But let's look at the similarities. Dead developer. Won't the fucking like sequel to it. Let's see. They keep teasing it.
Oh, the sequel was good though.
The property to do so,
No.
and then they refuse to do it.
Conker's didn't have they tried to have a sequel, but they got canceled.
Yeah, not Conquer, but Jack and Daxter and Jack 2. I played all the Jack games, like even the spin-offs. That's how obsessed I was with this franchise. Jack and Daxter, Jack 2, Jack 3, Jack X, Combat Racing. Everyone seems to forget that one. And the 2 PSP games. Yes,
big franchise back then had a racing game version of itself. They did.
Yeah, it did. But like I said, I was playing for the story. I was playing for the characters. I love them. But my absolute favorite franchise to date, if I'm not going for nostalgia, is Mass Effect. Because I love sci-fi. I love sci-fi. I love space. I love
best. I love it was okay, but number 2 is the best.
It is.
I hope this new one is good. I hope the new one coming out is good. I beg, because number 3 was perfect besides its ending, which was bullshit.
I can't believe I'm about to throw myself to the wolves again. I liked Mass Effect 3's ending.
Okay, no, the ending wasn't bad. That's the whole point. The ending wasn't bad. What made it bad was forcing the ending.
Yeah, it felt like your choices didn't matter.
Your choices didn't matter.
I didn't mind that at all. I didn't mind that at all.
Those games were based off choices. Like, that's why I love Mass Effect 2. If you didn't really have a good relationship with your characters, you could all die. Like, it's like, holy shit, you had to be careful, and I loved it. And goodness, man.
Yeah, I totally got what you mean, but because I'm a nerd for things that are sci-fi, alien, intelligent life, and all that kind of stuff. Mass Effect is was hitting all of my buttons. Like, I was like, you get to have like relationships with other aliens. Like, fuck yes, I'm gonna go and fuck the universe. And you have like political.
I will bone the universe. That is my.
You had these political tensions between Taurians and Krogans that had a really rich backstory about the Genophage. I'm a nerd for all that. And then just like I was playing the game just so I can unlock more logs so they can explain to me how this fictional universe worked. But it was a great game. I love playing. FemShep is the way to go. I love her. Whoever the VA that does FemShep for the game, better than the male voice. And I love that franchise. I didn't play Andromeda. I don't know. I heard it sucked. I didn't want to taint my experience.
Yeah, even I'll say that Andromeda.
No, Andromeda was horrible. I played it the first day. I returned it the first day. It was that bad.
So I'm gonna skip which video game has the best story.
Because we pretty much just said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pretty much just went into that. What video game character is the favorite, and why are they so likable?
You mean our opinions, or just a character that's in generally everyone's favorite?
Your opinions, of course.
Okay, yeah.
Do I look like somebody who listens to the masses? Fuck no.
No. Okay. I'll go first in this one. Okay, I will go for a second favorite because obviously Apollyon's my favorite because how greatly well she was written for just a character who wants war. Another favorite video game character I really loved was actually Zelda. I love Legend of Zelda. Zelda, oh goodness, I hate how people portray her always as the damsel in distress. She is not Peach. She is not fucking Peach. She only gets kidnapped in the end of the game, Ocarina of Time. She hid from Ganondorf as a ninja.
She also gets possessed by Ganondorf and becomes a temporary villain.
The thing is, Twilight Princess, she wasn't really kidnapped by Ganondorf per se. She chose to be kidnapped. Unlike Peach, who gets, oh no, look at me.
I will not stand for this disrespecting of Peach, no matter how true it is.
Okay, no. Here's why I love Peach. But you know why I don't like
harder
her?
Than we all know it.
It's Death Battle's fault for making me hate her.
Ooh, that's pretty bold.
Okay, here's my reason why. Peach is a lovable character. I love Mario franchise. I still love her. But she should not have won Death Battle against Zelda. That is horseshit.
She did? I didn't even watch that.
Yeah, she did. By a soccer game ability. Because she could somehow kick one soccer ball into 3. Even though Zelda has battle experience and ninja skills and magic, when Peach does have physical strength, don't get us wrong. And you know how she won?
Honestly, if they used Breath of the Wild Zelda, that would be a different fucking story. And if they,
she would have totally wiped the floor. She that's my favorite Zelda because it always controversial the voice acting for that game. I love Zelda's voice in that game. I love Zelda's voice in that game. But like, she wasn't kidnapped. The only Zelda game where she wasn't really kidnapped, and she was fighting Ganon for 100 fucking years.
Well, there's a theory that goes that she I haven't played Breath of the Wild yet. Surprise, surprise.
Neither have I. I had friends who played that.
Like I've only watched videos on it and all that. So I'm not gonna say that I know too much about the story, but I didn't really see Zelda except for whenever the memories happened and whenever she got spat out of Ganon. So I'm not sure if she was actually battling him, more like keeping him sealed from the inside.
But even no, she was in there, not only blocking him in there, she was full on fighting him, like magic to magic for 100 straight years. So that's what makes her so like amazingly well. With her magic ability, was able to fight that. And then, okay, Breath of the Wild is not my favorite Zelda game. What a fantastic story it was. Why I hate it was, my favorite thing about Legend of Zelda games is the dungeons. Unique dungeons. The dungeons were shit. The bosses were copy-paste bosses with different elements. But the freaking world bosses, like the centaur guys and the ogres were tougher bosses than the temple bosses. Yeah, I hope the next Breath of the Wild game has temples that has better bosses, please.
Well, please. I'm pretty sure that it will. I'm actually going to switch soon, so I could play Breath of the Wild for the first time. And I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, Zelda takes a lot of that." Yeah, no shit, it takes a lot of dedication to complete. And like, I'm going to complete Breath of the Wild 100%. I don't give a. I want to.
I did on my Wii U. Searching for those little sea guys is going to be a pain in the ass, trust me, and all you get for that is a piece of poop.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's going to be a pain.
Yeah, but it's an achievement.
And people are like, oh, well, Zelda's just like, it's Zelda, man. It takes a long ass time. And I'm like, yeah, but that's why they have manuals. But manuals take all the fun out of it. And I'm like, do they really, though?
Oh, goodness. Like, I only use manuals on the temples because I hated them. Like, after the first time, I'm just using manuals for these because screw these temples. Because if every temple's going to be like this, at least the final castle of Ganon before you fight the final boss was fun to go through.
Even the first Zelda game, you needed a fucking guidebook because there was so much hidden shit that was hiding your progression. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no, I beat the whole... Before I even touched the manual, I beat the whole playthrough once, but once I beat the game, I used the manual to get all the extra stuff. Like, I had to play the playthroughs. But yeah,
Zelda's a good choice. Zelda's a good choice for a video game character. I feel as though that there are so many incarnations of her, though. You'd have to be specific as to which incarnation you would.
Oh goodness. Incarnation wise, that's a tough one. I like Zelda in general, but if I had to choose, Breath of the Wild, simply because her voice was actually really well done.
Okay.
Now for like coolness and greatness was actually Ocarina of Times because, her being Sheik the entire time, being an awesome ninja assassin that ended up being a princess was actually a really cool plot twist to me. Like I never had no idea until I beat the first game. Like holy crap! But can you imagine if Ocarina of Time came out during today with the streaming services? How many people would have so many good reactions to Zelda actually being Sheik?
Oh yeah.
Like holy crap.
Fuck that. I can't deal with that. Because then they're just gonna try pushing that, strong independent woman. Oh yeah, give me more of that social justice warrior feel. Oh
okay. Anyway, Sarah, your turn. Sorry.
It's funny. I don't like what makes a character likable. Again, I'm just being biased because I just like the Jak and Daxter series. So it'll always be those characters I like because they just feel they should be in a a different medium, like a TV show, movie, or comic. That's why I kind of like the characters there.
Ratchet and Clank made a great movie. I would love to see a Jack and Dexter movie made the same way.
Ratchet and Clank, I have. This is like the one of the few franchises I haven't really touched.
I played it for a bit, but the movie was actually, for a video game movie, it was fantastic. Like, I actually enjoyed it. So I think if they actually made a Jackson Daxter movie, I would watch that too.
I would watch it. I would definitely watch it.
But it had to be made by the same company that made Ratchet and Clank, because at least they were honorable to the material, source material. So, anyways, continuing on. Sorry.
No, that's it. I wish I had more because I'm thinking like I'm thinking like well, damn, like likable. And I know there's hundreds of likable characters. Like hell, you can even say Mario to an extent because of how popular he is in culture, in cultural, pop culture he is. But I'm just biased. I'll admit that I know there are better characters, but I'm really keen to Jack and Daxter, and I also like Peach. But go ahead.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So my favorite character. This is actually weird because I grew up loving 3 Zelda games. Right. Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Majora's Mask.
Which one?
Just for the sole
Majora's
reason
Mask.
Oh yeah.
Just for the sole reason that Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game. I'm going to say.
Thank you, by the way. It's mine too.
It's mine too. I would not deny that.
I'm going to say the Hero of Time over the Hero of Twilight. Because the Hero of Time, Ocarina of Time was great. All right, I'm not going to knock that. It was fucking amazing.
But what they had to do with how limited they had for Majora's Mask, they made it great because they only had like limited sources.
However, nothing truly made me relive. By the way, little bit of a backstory on this. I'm a big Mask fan. All right, not like Mask as in mask you wear. I mean, the Mask, as in Jim Carrey, the Mask.
Smoking. Yep.
Like, I'm a big fan of that fucking movie. That's my favorite movie.
We don't talk about the sequel.
Made me feel more like The Mask than Majora's Mask. Because every single time you put on a fucking mask and you just turn into a different creature, like, and how the mask would stretch over your face and Link's like covering up his face, like it's like going around his head and shit. Like, that's fucking awesome.
That was.
Yeah.
And it was the more challenging Zelda games at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I kind of really like.
Deity Mask? Oh my god, the fierce Deity Mask.
Oh goodness. Now I will say this controversial. I actually prefer the remake over the original. Now here's my reason why. I do prefer Ocarina of Time's remake over the original. I don't. That's actually an opposite for me.
Because they actually fixed Ganondorf's ears, so that way it could actually fit into the Breath of the Wild for some odd reason. I don't know why they fucking. Because I guess they want to say, hey, yeah, the Breath of the Wild Ganon is just gonna be like Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time, like how Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time is also Ganondorf from Twilight Princess. Ganondorf.
No, he's actually not that one. He's
Ganondorf from
Wind Waker one, right?
Wind Waker one is actually the Twilight as the Ocarina of Time Ganondorf.
Stop connecting the Zelda games. Just make them.
Dude, it's all
Actually.
No, I'm just saying in general. I just want to play as their own thing.
Actually, Ganondorf in most of the games is the same Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time, but different timeline. I actually fully understand the timeline. It's actually extremely weird how I do, but what can I fucking say, huh?
Okay, well, anyways, back to my reason why I think the remake was actually better for Majora's Mask was because it gave you the option to write notes. Remember you had to get paper back in the day to write the notes for everything. They actually kept notes for you, which was really good. And just like the overall graphics design and they actually made the twin insect boss from the Sand Temple. They made that 10 times better. Way better than the original. Like, goodness. It was so hard to fight that boss in the original one. Even with the giant mask. It's like, what the heck do I do? But they changed it to actually be more like flexible and much more easy. Like, not easier, but like better to fight. And they made the giant mask more viable.
Well, while we're on the topic of this, a character that should be invited to Smash, I'm gonna straight up say nobody fucking thinks of this character at all. I think we need more Zelda characters in Smash Brothers. And the one character I fucking want is Skull Kid wearing Majora's Mask.
I was hoping you'll say Mr. Tingle.
He's a fucking trophy. Jesus Christ.
No, not good enough.
No, you guys don't understand. I'm a big fan of this one guy. He doesn't do it anymore. He made a Legend of Zelda abridged series. And he actually made an animated one where Tingle was like some creepy guy. He's like,
oh my god.
We want to buy my maps. We can talk about ridiculous conversations of where they go. I love to fornicate myself with the masks. Like, it was hilarious. Tingle was a creepy guy, and you know it.
But like Skull Kid wearing Majora's Mask was in Smash Brothers. Like, it would be so good. It would be so good. Like, I'm imagining all the forms you'd be able to take, and like all the shit that you'd be able to do. Oh. I am literally creeping myself just imagining that.
Oh boy.
Like, okay, I'm a huge fan of Majora's Mask. I love Majora's Mask.
It's the greatest one.
I love it for so many reasons. It is so iconic. I've never been so scared as a kid than Majora's Mask, but that's cool because I love horror. And both Twilight Princess...
It was pretty much with most of the stuff.
Both Twilight Princess and Majora's Mask knew how to make me scared. I mean, fucking Zant from Twilight Princess. Hello? Dude was fucking creepy.
Okay, hold on. I know a monster more scary than anything. Ocarina of Time is to blame for this. The mother white fucker with the hands coming out of the ground. And when he grabbed you, coming up with his pure flat teeth coming to gnaw on you. That was more terrifying than the Re-Dead. I don't think it's called the Dead Hand, I think.
Oh, the Dead Hand, yeah.
Yeah, the big white creepy looking motherfucker who had like white hands coming out of the ground, and he had like a series on his actual hands. Like, oh goodness, that terrified me as a kid when he grabbed me. I'm like, how to get my older brother beat it for me? I was so scared. Oh boy, but yeah, I could see Majora being a great added character. Like, definitely more than Midna. Like, Midna's great too, or Bursa. But I think for a more unique character.
A lot of people say Midna a lot. Like,
well, I think Midna and Majora would have the same concept of actually being a unique fighter. Like, I would say Bursa, people want her, but she's just another sword fighter. Like, I would like characters like you miss it, which is why this character, how I'm surprised he's not in Smash yet, since they're bringing a lot of video game characters in. Where the fuck is Bomberman?
Bomberman.
I feel so Bomberman would be an echo character for Mega Man. I'm just saying, like, it definitely makes more sense.
Yes, like, I like Mega Man, but he is like so iconic that I had to have him too. But Bomberman would also make sense too, and he would have unique moveset because he just used bombs. And his super would probably be the freaking nuke. But he was my childhood because I remember playing Bomberman with my brothers and sisters. But he's just like, for having a unique video game character that isn't like a sword fighter, who isn't Doom Guy, because how much people want him, he's not going to be Smash. I would think Doom Guy would be more fit in Mortal Kombat than Smash.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But then ever since Snake and Bayonetta made it to Smash, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, why not Doom Guy?
Why not Doom Guy? Yeah.
Why not Doom Guy? For many reasons.
You guys have no rules.
Listen, he actually might make it into Smash solely based off of the Isabelle memes.
Oh, yes, there's those memes, yeah.
But I think that it would actually make more sense to give Isabelle a Doom Guy. A Doom Guy costume. Wait, she's a character in Smash, right? Is she a playable character in Smash?
Annabelle?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the newest one, yeah.
Yeah, so
like,
that would be so cute.
I mean, they added Sephiroth. I mean, why not?
Just give her a fucking Doom Guy costume. Boom. Like, it would be so adorable. Oh my god.
Oh, don't tell me who I just got this from. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. Sorry, continue.
I think for a character I would like to see in Smash. I'm gonna go for the obvious ones that people are asking for, either Crash or Spyro. I know because there's some legal things, but I don't know. I would like to see Crash and Smash. I like to see Spyro in there too.
Also, Crash is more than likely because he kind of fits like how Banjo and Kazooie were.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, I love Banjo Kazooie. I was so dude. I was so hyped when he showed up. I'm like, because that is my childhood too. Like, Banjo Kazooie.
One thing I hate, right? The fact that Microsoft isn't using Rare's properties at all, like Conker's Bad Fur Day, fucking Banjo Kazooie. Make fucking new games with these IPs, please. I need them.
Yes, because honestly, the bolts and nuts and bolts game was it was advertised as another Banjo Kazooie game, but when they made it nuts and bolts, I'm like, you guys failed so horribly.
Like you buy out Rare, one of the most beloved developers throughout the N64 era, and you don't even use their IPs.
And they made the most iconic shooters.
You tease Conker through tech demos. Not game demos, tech demos, to showcase, oh, well, look how powerful and detailed our consoles can be. Fuck you! I want Conker!
Pretty much.
But yeah, like, I feel as though Smash is definitely one of those games that it's built for gaming legends, right? Like, if you're making Smash, you're represented as a gaming character or franchise,
or if you're just a side character from Fire Emblem.
Goodness, that's why I said I love like something that's not a sword fighter. Like there's so many sword fighters in that game. That's why I love Bomberman because he's so unique fighting style. I mean, come on, we got Mr. Game & Watch. Why not? Can we get like freaking Bomberman coming in here with like the 2D animations he has and throwing bombs and
Majora would be a fucking good option because how many fucking melee fighters are there in fucking Smash Brothers? Like name one fucking melee fighter that isn't Captain Falcon. That's what I thought.
Donkey Kong. I mean, Donkey Kong is one of my mates. So is Bowser. Technically, Bowser's a melee. I get what you mean.
Anyway,
there's a lot more like sword fighters than there are melee characters, and I feel as though Majora would be fucking perfect. Plus, on top of that, Majora knows how to use some magic. Imagine Majora's fucking final smash is summoning the moon from Majora's mask, and it comes crashing down into the stage.
Oh goodness, I would abuse that by making the meme. Like remember the Goonies meme. As soon as the moon comes down, I goes, "Hey you guys!" Boom.
Technically speaking, if you actually do play Majora's Mask, he's the one causing the moon to fall via magic.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
like he's forcing
and just because.
Just because. And that's what makes Majora so great to me is that he's just doing it because.
Yeah.
Like fuck everything, man. This thing is iconic as fuck. It's simply chaos incarnate, and all it needs is a fucking person to latch onto, aka the mask. Hello, and apparently the mask, the mask in the comics is dark as shit.
Oh
yeah.
Goodness. Yes,
it is actually chaos incarnate. So like the parallels between the mask and Majora's Mask is almost identical. Like it's almost.
I wanted a rated R mask movie. Please.
God, bring Harry back for that. He actually says he's not opposed to a Mask 2. Like he says.
No, there is a Mask 2. There is one. We don't talk about.
I'm sure there isn't.
No.
No one talks about the Mask 2.
As they should.
It doesn't exist. Okay.
Oh, that was.
All right.
Anyways.
Now we're going to we're going on to I'm gonna skip best video game rivalry. All right, as much as I would love to talk about that, I feel as though there are just way too many video game rivalries, and it could be taken from like so many different angles. Like for instance, crossovers like Mario and Sonic. I don't want to get too deep into that. So, what is the game of the year this year to us?
I was gonna make a joke and say, "Well, The Last of Us 2." No.
Never make that joke. Don't ever make that joke. Bro.
Everyone made that joke already. Like I said, I didn't play many games this year, so the only one I'm gonna say is the one I just started to get into, like Hades, and that's it.
Mine.
Oh, you know what? I'll actually.
Good.
It doesn't even have to be a video game that came out this year. It could be a video game that you just started playing this year, or that you returned to this year.
Okay.
I'm gonna give a lot of wiggle room since the Game Awards doesn't give a shit. I'm not getting it.
To be fair, I'm gonna say the same thing. Hades has been pretty fun.
There you go. Mine, and this game has my top 5. This is actually probably my number 3 favorite video game of all time, and it just came out this year too. Ghost of motherfucking Tsushima.
I didn't get a chance to play that, and I really want to.
You should. It may be an Assassin's Creed only by a tiny bit. Only like a tiny bit isn't a copy of Assassin's Creed. I say very little. Its graphic design is fantastic. Its environment is beautiful. And the story. No video game has made me cry twice, and this game made me fucking cry twice.
Wow, twice. That's an accomplishment, actually.
Twice!
Damn.
It's like one middle part and then the ending, because there's 2 endings. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's like the one ending, it's like, and especially since it goes through the samurai honor code and going like, it's just so good. And like, even though this was an American-made game, Japanese are reviewing it as one of probably the best samurai games ever made, because even though it's not realistic combat-wise, the culture and the story, like it's based off the old samurai movies, like Western movies, the Japanese Western movies, versus the samurai slasher movies. That's basically what this game is, but it was a great story. I'm just like, and the English voice acting is good, and just and then its multiplayer that came out later, which was for free, is very unique and fun. I can't say much anymore because I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I know you guys probably want to play it.
I do want to play it.
Yes.
I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to sell out for this one. I'm going to say Doom Eternal.
Oh, that's a good one too. That's actually a close second for me.
I'm going to say Doom Eternal because it's a step up from Doom for sure.
I know a lot of people say they like the original one better. I prefer Doom Eternal.
A lot of people do say that, and I think it's mostly because of the arena mode in Doom Eternal.
Which I think they should bring back.
The parkour. A lot of people don't like the parkour, but I did. And I like Doom Eternal.
Doom Eternal felt like to me, it felt more like the original Doom than the 2006.
Piss off like 3 different types of people just by saying Doom Eternal. Boys, because Microsoft bought Bethesda.
I hate that. I do hate that though. I'm a PlayStation boy, so I'm kind of pissed about it. There it goes.
There we go.
Shut the fuck up, you bitch boy. You left me like a bomb on the
roof. Probably won't edit that one out.
No, he deserves to hear it. Fuck you, Craig. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, Doom Eternal, game of the year. Moving on to the art category.
There you go.
Weird. Okay, I didn't know if I should classify this under anime or art, but I just said fuck it. It's like a creator thing. Weirdest doujinshi.
Depends if you mean adult or regular.
Adult.
Too many. many.
The Broly one, and you know which one I'm talking about.
Oh my god!
Is the one I think you're talking about?
You mean with the fucking prolapse? Oh my god!
We don't talk about it, but it's just pretty much the fans will probably know about it. I don't want to talk about it, but this is pretty much just the title of it. That's it. I give it credit for having a cute ending of what Broly children look like. I love the way he drew the children, but that's about it. Everything else can burn in a fire.
He had a prolapsed vagina too many times.
Oh no!
Yeah, definitely not my thing, but quite popular though.
But like I said, I shared the final page on it because it's actually my favorite part. I liked how he designed how the kids looked because I liked how the kids looked.
Mm-hmm.
They were cute. But that's about it. That's all I will share from it.
Well, we're moving on quickly. Okay.
Yep.
Biggest mistake of my life, Jesus.
Oh.
And the weird part is that I was actually going to say that.
Even though I've seen worse, surprisingly.
That's just scarred me.
I just say this scarred me because I was just disappointed. I was like, "Oh, you went that way," but okay.
About people finding. Okay, so this is actually. I should say this category mostly directs towards you guys because I stopped doing art a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts about people finding an original fan art style jarring, preferring a style closer to the original.
Like what do you think our opinions about it?
Yeah.
I personally love it when I see a different take or style on a franchise that has a very unique look on its own. Like for me, I'm a little less anal about something to look exactly how it should look, because if I wanted that, I'll just read the manga or the anime based on it. But I do like when I see a little bit of a creator's own personal style, whether it's a jarring one or whether it's a small one. Just the fact that they'll just even try to put their own twist on it, it's actually kind of really fun. I find that a little bit more exciting. I'm not saying on model sucks, not at all. People who can do that, bravo. That's like a chameleon. That's like incredible talent. But for someone has a unique style that they apply it to fan art, man, that's something that I really love.
Me, I don't know. I like to do the style as much as I can. Like, some of my art does follow the style to an extent. I do have an original style, and I love other people who have original styles for it too. Like you said, it's a nice twist. And I do love artists who actually can, but I also admire the artists who can actually do it better than I. There's so many Dragon Ball artists who drew the style better than I do.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I admire them for it. And they don't trace. Like, I've seen a lot of not saying that tracing is absolutely evil. I think tracing's a good practice tool.
Yeah.
But I should never be a final product. But I've seen creators make so many good Dragon Ball style drawings that are just so original compared to what people have drawn. And I admire them for that too. But I also admire people who do their own creative styles. Like, I actually been thinking of drawing Dragon Ball characters in my own style. Like, even though I just made a My Hero Academia style video and drawing on my Twitter, I would love to maybe just one day just draw my original characters. Like, I have my own story. That's a whole hour-long conversation I don't want to bring up. But I actually have my own original story and it's with my own original art style. And I'm in love with it. I've written this story when I was a kid, and I want to make it into a comic maybe one day. But it's just on the back burner right now.
Gotcha.
But just original styles is good too. But yeah.
Well,
still there?
That was an interesting. Now I brought this up because a lot of people don't particularly like when a person does a more realistic style because they find it a little bit too, jarring, and they can't really get behind it because they're too distracted by how the character looks rather than, the scene.
Is it Jump Force realistic? I think it's good. Sorry, I had to put that out. Ugh.
But yeah, that's why I asked. What is the coolest character design you've seen? This can be from creators, video games, and or anime.
Ooh.
Coolest. Dang, that's a hard one for me because I have so many. I have a folder of just designs and character designs that I just particularly like looking at.
Okay, I'll
Go
with
ahead.
mine.
Go ahead. I'm gonna think.
One of my favorite books when I was a kid, and when they made the movie of this, pissed me off because even though it's not drawn, though there's concept art of these creatures, the actual story, because this is actually written character design, which is very rare for me to love. The Aragon book series. Love the books. Absolutely hated the movie. For that very reason, the creatures I'm talking about are the Rajak. Now, the Rajak are, technically speaking, let's say they're Greengraves of Lord of the Rings in this story. However, they are stone birds, like human size, in hoods. And they were nearly indestructible. They were very evil. They ate people. And that's not the scary part. The scary part is the little hooded creatures are the babies. They're smart, can speak human, have human intelligence, and they're babies, and they ride on the backs of the parents, and their parents eat dragons.
Huh.
And what does the movie do? Make them ninjas with maggots. Instead of hooded bird-like creatures, which would have been 10 times more terrifying, they made them into freaking ninja maggots.
Okay, whatever works, I guess.
I was looking forward to seeing what they would look like in the movie, because I was like looking forward to this movie. And it's like, what in the absolute hell? And the book was specific what they look like. Like, how could you fail that badly? But now if it's not written but drawn, I go back to Fantasy of Lord of the Rings. I love the design, and now this is an extended edition. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings nerd. Is the mouth of Sauron. And if you ever look up this guy, he's grotesque, big mouth. He has a huge mouth that's like chapped lips, rotten teeth, and he looked terrifying. And I thought he was absolutely cool when I watched him. So, yeah, you ever seen the extended editions? Look up the mouth of Sauron. Trust me, it's different. But yeah, that's my favorite character design.
Sarah, have you gone through your movie?
I just realized that I can't remember the name, but the lead character designer for Kill la Kill. I just remember like, oh, I have a ton of references of different people, character designers who I all love, but there's something about Kill la Kill and that I love the energy to the drawings. I love the style of the show, the over the top fan service kind of thing. It's so silly that it works. Like even the character design for characters like the main character, the antagonist, it's so good. And I just love how much energy and life this character design put into. I don't remember his name. I feel really bad, but I do have one of the art books to Kill la Kill, and I look through it every so often because I'm just like, how does he do it? Like, it's just so cool. Like the action scenes, the outfits, the characters, the way they design, everything about it is really cool. Like I said, there are tons of character designers that I really liked. I'm just mentioning one that's the most recent for me.
Yeah, I think the most recent for me, just so recently, is My Hero Academia. I love Murku. I hope I'm not butchering that. The bunny hero.
Horikoshi, man, he's so good at designing characters.
Like her and like horrible because I just watched this anime. All Might's teacher, both her and Murku are my favorite design characters. In that game. They're fantastic. Like that's me being a buff woman, buff woman. But yeah, their character design is actually very well done too. So more recent stuff, those two are my favorite.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and chip in on this. Lemon Juju's Lemma.
The girl with the glasses? With the headband?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a fun character.
Best girl. For a lot of reasons. She's got that 80s look, you know, and like red eyes, blonde hair, got the headband. She's Tien's race. That's great. No,
he's human, so I don't know if that's Tien's race. So, but that's still
glasses. Those leggings that like those warm leggings that are baggy as shit from like back then. Love those.
All she needs is 80s
latex shorts.
Latex shorts.
She thick, she mommy. Best girl, all high quality. All right, so yeah, that's my favorite character design for you. Um, my next question. This could be a little bit more difficult to get into. What makes a background important to a scene?
Ooh.
Oh, I actually do have a lot to say, even though I'm not the best background artist.
Same.
I still have to practice more, but the ironic thing is, I love backgrounds. I love them so much. I don't draw them a lot, but it's something I just want to keep working on. I think a background, when you call them backgrounds, if you're really trying to create something with life, call them environments. Like it's like this is where the character lives or resides or the whatever. It's like when you say environments and backgrounds, it kind of brings out the technical stuff into it, and more of like, okay, I want to give this life. And I think backgrounds are just as important as the characters. Not every single panel has to be drawn with excruciating detail, but you're establishing shots, your world, you can really build a lot out of it just by doing you don't have to be like I'm trying to think of an artist that does insane character work. I mean, just a background work. But doesn't it have to be wild? It could be something small that just sets the tone for the world you're building. And it could be something minimalistic or something really grand, and they'll both work as long as you can make bring out a character in that background. That's what I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, and to me, this is more like into the video game side, but it's still important to me. Is just how the background can tell a story of the environment or like the story of going on. And my favorite, like even though I love For Honor, my game that has the best backgrounds is Dark Souls series.
That's so true.
Like, every background tells a story. And you meet a boss and it has such a great background, like the theme of the boss arena that gives you intense pressure is so good. Like, the amount of detail these guys put into the backgrounds too just shows how much dedicated they are to tell a story of a boss. Like, oh my goodness, one of my favorite bosses I kind of tell is like, it's actually, I'm trying to remember which boss fight it was. It's been so long since I played this game, but there's just so many. Like every boss has like its arena just tells a story. Oh yeah, this is maybe a small boss. It's not the most difficult, but the Deacons of the Deep had the best music. But like the arena was a church, and just like it was really cool. And I can just go on about backgrounds of Dark Souls series, but they have the best to tell the story and the atmosphere of a boss. So
yeah,
that's my
opinion. I would say that the background or the environment, like this is going into video games again, but like I feel as though I'm going to use Breath of the Wild, despite the fact that I haven't played it, right? From what I've seen. With the art style, with the cell shading art style that Breath of the Wild uses, and it uses it pretty fucking well for the environment around it and the world it builds and all that stuff, I feel as though that really brings in the immersion. That's pretty much where y'all are getting at, is that the environment brings immersion, and with that you could see yourself just melt into the pages or into the screen, and you can feel like you're fucking there.
This is why I hate the temple bosses in that game. Like the Ocarina of Time had the best boss arenas. Even though I love Majora's Mask boss arenas, Ocarina of Time has that beat. So does Twilight Princess. But the boss arenas in Breath of the Wild, it's just a machine, and it's just so bland. It's like, why?
I'm of course talking about the overworld and not the shrines.
Yes. The shrines actually weren't bad either. But it's just the machines, like the big beasts you fight the bosses in. It's where you fight the bosses.
I don't know. I feel as though a lot of the shrines are just copy and paste.
Most of them are, yeah, but they're fun too. Just main
I
puzzles.
mean, there are 120, so like, there's
Yeah,
not
but you're gonna get some clones.
Oh, my favorite one was actually the Twilight Princess fighting Ganondorf. And that final battle, the sword fight, was like fighting him in the castle was cool, fighting Princess Zelda and Ganon. But to me, fighting him in the sword fight is my favorite sword fight with Ganondorf. Now, I think Ganon from Ocarina of Time is the best.
Don't know this. A lot of people don't know this, but the hero of Twilight is the only version of Link that is able to clash with Ganondorf in a sword fight and push him back.
Oh, no, this is actually hilarious because I played that game on the Wii. I did not know this. You remember that part where you can struggle with swords with him, like push back and forth?
Yeah.
I did not know you could shake the remote to make that 10 times easier. They don't tell you that. You tap A. God. So the third time, I was legit 10 minutes. 10 minutes pushing back and forth with Ganon and me. It was epic, by the way. I actually thought it was pretty cool. And then finally got him, I beat him. Then I found my friend was like, I was telling him about it. I was like, dude, you know you can shake the remote to make that easier, right? What?
Wow.
Now, I love replaying Final Boss in Zelda games. So every time I did that for cinematic reasons, I'll purposely just play A for like a minute, and then do the whole like shaking thing. Because to me, this made it feel more intense like that. But the background to it, the arena, the music, and how you had like the shield wall was actually pretty cool. Yeah. Anyways,
but yeah, that the hero of Twilight is the only Link that is able to, with sheer power, combat against the Triforce of Power.
All he has to do is shake that spiritual Wiimote. Sorry.
It is so wild how that works.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, this one's gonna be interesting. I'm about to dig dirt on y'all. Are there any ridiculous drawings that never made it to the internet?
Yes.
You go ahead.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Please share.
Yeah, there's some like things I'm just like either in an artistic way, it's like, oh well, this is just crap. That's scrapped. You know what I mean?
A fusion of Sonic and Goku, and I hated it.
Yes, all my Sonic OCs. I'm kidding. I actually don't have any.
I did a fusion of Sonic and Goku. I don't have it anymore. Don't ask me if I can find it. I deleted it halfway through drawing it. But I actually drew it with Sonic and Goku fusion. I don't know why.
I'll actually say a fun one. That I probably will find one day, but it's at it's probably my mother's attic. But I drew a whole mini comic of 18 and Goku when I was in high school.
Ooh.
It was like the first hentai I drew. Not the first, but like second hentai I drew. And I drew it on just regular blank pieces of paper. And I never finished it, but I never threw it away either. So more than likely my mom kept
I actually now that you bring that up, I have to mention this, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever says that they're not into NTR but is completely okay with Vegeta and Bulma, I'm just saying, like, I know Yamcha cheated first, but still it counts.
I always say, like, we're all degenerates here. Like, maybe if NTR isn't your thing, that's fine. But don't pretend you're above it.
Oh goodness! Like, I remember that meme I responded to that, people going Yamcha fans being like, "How dare you do this to him? It's not right." Us K18 fans are like just staring. Yeah, but suck, doesn't it?
Gosh. All right. What are your proudest pieces of work?
Ooh,
this is super hard.
Whenever y'all answer, I'm gonna tell y'all my favorite pieces of work from y'all.
Okay.
I have a little bonus.
All right. Do you know yours, Ace?
Yep, I do mine. Yep, I already got mine, and I actually just did it today.
Oh, really?
I'm actually kind of happy when I did this one. I'm actually kind of surprised how I was so worried about messing it up, but I actually did pretty good. I'm very proud of it.
Actually, my one piece and it's that I'm proud of is actually an animation.
It could even be a project.
Yeah, a project that I'm actually really happy about. And the way it came about is actually pretty funny. Was not the Goku and Chi-Chi animation, even though that I still that was a personal project that I always wanted to do, and I finally did it, and I'm very happy.
Yeah.
One thing I was surprised by was how fuck it. I'm actually gonna say that Goku and Chi-Chi animation is like the one thing I'm really proud of.
And the shows, she did a really good job.
Yeah, I always wanted to do an animation. It's like one of those things where it's like no one is doing it, so you have to do it yourself.
Like, dude, I want to make animations too. Like, I'm still kind of practicing how to do it. Like, I'm still gonna do those like, Marin and Goten animation, and also my current everybody's favorite OC ship, Blizzard and Kiko. I'm gonna do those animations as well. They'll be the simple ones. Like, they're not gonna be like full on animations. But if I ever did a full on animation, like yours, it's definitely be Krillin in 18. I want to do one of those.
This is a project I'm aiming for next year.
Oh, yay, that'd be cool to see.
Yeah, I teased it at the end of the Goshi animation.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I can't wait to see it.
Script is half-baked, but I'm going to keep fine-tuning it, though.
Hey, sometimes some corny porn is hilarious and works great, so...
Yeah.
Can imagine Krillin, I got back! Like...
So, H, what's your favorite work?
Okay, now I'm gonna split this now because it's kind of unfair to do it because I just recently did it. Safe for work is obviously the father and son Kamehameha My Hero Academia crossover drawing I did today. Oh goodness, I was so worried about messing up the design. I looked up references, everything, and just the way the lighting I did and everything. I just felt so happy how it came out, you know. And I was so worried how bad it would come out, and actually very happy with how it did. You know, trying to capture because you can obviously tell Goku if you look closely, he's All Might kind of slightly designed with his style. Because I felt Goku well, and then Gohan is obviously Deku slightly styled. I try to make it their own still. I've got just the lighting and like I actually really love the effects I did for this. That's actually probably my favorite part. Not just drawing the characters, mind you. But the lighting I did with the Kamehameha and the way it looks is just fantastic. Now for not so safe work, this may change because I'm actually doing a commission of this, but one of my favorite ones I've done was oh goodness, what was it? I can't believe I can't. Oh man, well yeah, it was actually the Blizzard and Kiko comic. That was one of my first fully colored and
the Snap My Choker one.
The Snap My Choker one, yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
because that was actually my first full-on colored comic I did for Not Safe for Work. Now the reason why I say this may change because this is a teaser, I guess everyone know. I am doing a commission that is both Vegeta and Kefla. Someone commissioned me to do a full color comic of those two. And what I love about this person is he's showing me different poses and everything. Like, goodness, if you want to make an artist happy when you commission them and want their poses, we don't care if it's stick figures.
Give us a reference.
Give us a reference of what exactly you want is fantastic. It's cracked to artists. We love it. Because like, to me, it's like trying to come up with poses and everything. It's like, okay, how do I do this? But when they actually do that, it's like, thank you. But yeah, this comic is going to be big. I can't wait to do it. It's not like a roll-on comic, but the idea of it is pretty fun. So look forward to that in the future.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so my two favorite works from you guys. Sarah, I'm going to start with you first. Hands down, still is, for awaiting a complete sequel, Boxer and Gogeta. I have always loved it. Been expecting a sequel for the past, 3 years.
Wait, which one was this one?
This was this is the one where I believe she had like gender bent Bulma and Vegeta.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I remember now. Boxer, yeah.
Yeah. So like I was like really excited for a sequel, and like I DM'd her like I think like a year and a half ago. I'm like,
oh man, I get so many stuff, so many DMs. Sometimes I kind of like miss them.
Oh,
Yeah.
imagine.
I also remember DMing you on like 420, asking for like a launch in Raditz one.
Oh yeah, but I did launch. No, I was shit. Like, are you talking about like a comic or like an animation?
No, like just a one shot.
I've actually been planning one for a long time, but I never got around to it.
I remember doing the one shot of Raditz and launch before. I ordered one of those.
Yeah, it was like I remember loving that comic so much, and I don't know why the amount of times I saw on that. Hey, any hentai artist would think that is a fucking compliment.
Yeah, it is. Tell me about it, that is.
Great. Eggs, for you, this is a joke, but it's also biased as fuck whenever you drew my OC. Listen, the amount of effort I put into my OC. It was a great amount of effort, but at the same time I didn't try at all because I just ended up doing multiple like alternate universe versions of him, like a mafia boss and a German scientist and a lumberjack in the woods that never seen society, etc., etc. I never thought about just making another character because I thought it was just such a fucking hassle. I poured my heart and soul into the fucking backstories of a couple of them. One of them is like now one of them I did create a new design for. It's actually my profile picture for my YouTube channel. This one's like a college student, right? And like big fucking junkie. Doing a lot of drugs, all right? So I wanted to make a more realistic and grounded one. But honestly, if I had to pick, like, for real, best work from you, I'd say it's definitely gonna be the fucking Chloe time in the car.
The what?
The
I think I heard.
In the car.
Oh yes, my Blizzard's daughter and her boyfriend. Yes.
Yeah. I fucking love it.
Blowy time because her boyfriend was having road rage. So yes, I need to draw more of those too.
I have never felt so satisfied with that in my entire life. Like it's like I related to it in such a real level that I'm just like, yeah, that does feel pretty good. So like, yeah, I thought that was amazing, and I think you did pretty fucking well.
Thank you. Definitely need to draw more of those too. More fun shenanigans, because yeah, Sora, which is the daughter's name, is definitely a combination of both Kiko and Blizzard. So she's a fun character.
Oh, this one's more personal. Have any of your loved ones seen your works, and if so, what are their reactions?
Oh yeah. I said this a long time ago before, but some of my family members, mostly cousins, because we're around the same age, know about the work. My dad knows too, but he doesn't care. He just like my dad's just like I don't care.
You're so lucky. If you see my father and what he thinks of me, Jesus.
My mom probably knows, but doesn't care either. She's like, listen, I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. As long as you're healthy and okay.
It's more of like, I grew up in a Mormon household. So when my dad found a piece of drawing I did when I was 16 or 17, I drew one of those Acelewdarts works. It wasn't a good situation. So I hid it most of my life, so he doesn't like it. But yeah, that was a fun situation. I still love him. He's still a great dad. But at the point he's like, he got mad. It wasn't the war. He didn't beat me or anything, but that's worse.
Like, son, I am disappointed.
Yes.
Listen. Seeing a bunch of furry man monkeys fucking like a beautiful blue chick, all right, isn't wrong, all right.
We're adults now. He doesn't really care what I do as long as I don't bring it up to him. I'm pretty sure he does know. It's like your situation.
Stay out of trouble.
All I tell him is like I sell art online, I make money. He's like, that's okay. He doesn't care what I do. And one of my sisters know I do this. I draw though I do draw them a lot of safer work stuff, definitely. Like I draw my little niece or pet lizard, and then my other nephew and niece are having birthdays coming up, which I'll draw for that as well.
Aw.
So I do a lot of safe work for my family. They love my drawings, but they do not know about my not safer work stuff. So I keep that private. I try to keep because that's why my actual art name and everything is separate from my I keep it private compared to my actual art name. So no,
keep the safer work, non-safe work stuff separated.
Even my safer work art site is separate from them, just in case they would know. So I have like my professional art name differently. Technically, that they know is professional art. But yeah, that's my situation about it.
A funny story between you and other artists.
Goodness, I'm trying to remember. I think my funny situation, like just for interaction, was actually with Sarah right here. Was the whole Goku wavy thing. Honestly, that to me, it's so Goku. I had to share it with her.
You did, and I'm glad you did because I had a laugh when you first sent that to me. I was laughing. It's like I can.
Like, this is so Goku, it hurts. And I was laughing when I saw it. I was so happy you drew that. I still make one because of actual Blizzard. Because even though he's very sarcastic and like he has a temper because he's a short guy, not kid, short guy. He's very fun in the bedroom with his wife. Like, they don't just do it for like lust, they do it for fun. It's fun for them. And well, he would do the wave theme because, why not make her laugh? I need to do that one, but I still think that's
just go ahead and point out that she's a scaly, ever so casually.
Oh, that was that one post I did with her wearing that wolf costume, where she points out like he's technically a furry, and then he points out saying, "Well, you're technically married to an alien lizard, so technically you're a scaly xenophilia." So touche.
And then proceeds to just ask to be pounded. Okay. Moving on to the community Q&A. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh boy.
Lawrence the G asks, "What got you into drawing and what made you go lewd?"
That's a good one. Drawing just came natural to me. I just doodled everything. So art was I can't even remember what got me to drawing. I guess watching cartoons all the time. I just wanted to draw. And I've been drawing ever since I was, But what got me to being lewd? Just being a horny teenager. Back in the day when you didn't have parental, remember back in the day, there was no such thing as parental protection on the internet or the TV. All you had to do was wait for your parents to go to sleep. So, yeah, and that's what... oh, we lost Sarah. Hello?
Shit, really?
Yeah, we lost Sarah. Yeah.
Oh. Let me see. Oh, she's saying the internet's down.
Ah.
Right, well, I'd say that I guess I get to jump in with the whole what made me go lewd thing. I'd say the thing that made me go lewd, right? This is a more how can I say this? This is a more complicated story to talk about. Because it involves some very, how can I say this? It involves some very heavy content that made me oddly interested in hentai. So you're still there, right?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. So I don't know if you've seen like very, very bad videos on the internet, right? But there's a video out there. No, I'm not prompting anybody to look it up. But there's a video out there called "Shit White People Do."
Oh boy, I could write a story about that. And I'm white.
I was told that there. Okay, so I was told that I had. So okay, so I'm like 16, 15 years old at the time, and I'm just like talking to a friend, and I'm talking about how tough skinned I am and how I can handle the internet, and then he's like, "Oh no, you can't handle it. You can't watch like stuff like Boku no Pico." I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" He proceeds to send me a link to all 3 episodes and says, "Here, I'll watch it with you."
Oh no.
And I was disturbed up until episode 3, specifically the love triangle formation. You know the one. Uh, when they're on top of the fucking the fucking tower and they're just like in a triangle formation. And yeah, well. Anyway, so I said, like I was laughing at it, right? I was laughing at it in disgust, trying to cope with it, and he's like, "Oh, you think that's bad? Send shit white people do." And that is where I actually broke because I didn't throw up. I didn't feel disgusted. I went insane for a temporary amount of time, and all I could do was laugh. I laughed at some of the worst shit that a human being could do because of how fucking traumatized I was.
Nice.
Quote unquote traumatized. So I go ahead and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know the real reason why you're laughing. You're just trying to cope with it." And I'm like, "No, I genuinely think this shit's funny because it's stupid shit white people would do. Like Jesus Christ." Um, but like some of the shit in there, I I hope YouTube's okay with this terminology. Prolapsing penis.
Oh no.
Yeah, that I go ahead and look at that, and I'm like, that's weird as fuck. And he's like, "Oh, well, you need to go ahead and read some weird ass hentai then." And I'm like, "Okay, cool, yeah." So basically, that's how I got into fucking hentai. Nice introduction.
Oh boy.
So yeah, I definitely picked lighthearted ones. You know, ones that actually were light and vanilla. And then I just locked all those bad memories away.
Oh boy.
I don't talk too much about it.
Well, a good thing, because man,
It is she come back? I'm wondering.
I hope so. Maybe the internet just fell down for her.
Yeah, she did say she did. She's still online too, I think. Yep. Okay. She's on her phone right now. Alright, so I guess we'll go ahead and placehold that question for her whenever she gets back and we can move on to the next one.
Okay.
Uh,
I think we skip the first part of this question because we did answer this one earlier as the whole
Yeah.
opinion on Dragon Ball GT because
Yeah.
we did go over this before. But I think the second part is still valuable.
What is your favorite Dragon Ball arc? Going to write a list in the sagas in the comments. Yeah, so basically it's like Dragon Ball all the way to Dragon Ball Super, including GT.
All the sagas within, like including the sagas within. No, go ahead.
I'm going to go by Orange Box terminology. Like to define an arc for me, I'm going by Orange Box terminology. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like if you ever watched the Orange Box series of Dragon Ball, then like you'll know that it has season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5, so on and so forth to like season 12. I'm going to say season 9 Majin Vegeta arc, best arc, in my opinion. I was never a fan of the Namek saga. I was never a fan of the Saiyan saga. I was never a fan of the Cell saga. I was never a fan of the Android saga. I honestly, like, if I'm being real, I just kind of meh all the way through Dragon Ball, and then once like Dragon Ball Z hit its like 9th season, I started giving a damn. But yeah, Vegeta's arc, Majin Vegeta.
That's a good one. My personal one would be actually the Namek Saga. As much as like, even though I enjoy Android 18 a lot, and it's my favorite thing about Android Saga, I love the more intense and how much more at risk and what was at stake compared to the rest of the arcs. Because here's the thing, that like most of the arcs, the Dragon Balls were still there. Well, Namek, you were on the wrist of the clock for these Dragon Balls, and you know when they're fighting Frieza, and
Right.
and overall, I still think the final fight with Frieza and Goku, like compared to a lot of fights, is still my favorite one. Not for the simple fact it's epic. It's more the fact how long it was and what was at stake, and to me, it was like the most brutal of fights. Like goodness, man, like I still don't think there's any other Dragon Ball fight just as brutal as what was Goku versus Frieza. I mean, goodness, you got Frieza's tail getting cut off. He gets cut in half. His arm gets cut off. I'm not sure Cell gets like blown up, but you don't really. But it's not like he just pops back. Like, oh hey, boom, boom, I get my legs back. Not Frieza. Poor guy gets like cut in half. And his arm's off. He can't regenerate. Like technically speaking, with his race, I guess I mean that canon was super was he could put his arms back together. But he wasn't doing that with his top half.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I will
but
never get.
that could have been just because of the robot, the cyborg Frieza's ability to put himself back together, because that was the one point that showed that. But going back to the point, it just was so brutal, especially like the fight with the Z Fighters versus Frieza. It wasn't just like, oh, this one's a fight to see who's stronger. It's a fight of survival. Like, it wasn't like Cell, it was like a fight for like the Earth, but it was like a fight for a fight. Boo was just trying to save the universe. Frieza's fight was a pure fight for survival to wait for Goku, and it was intense. And then when I still think consider Frieza being like, as much as I do enjoy him in Super again, I think he was at his peak and best in the Namek Saga. Because honestly, he's my favorite Dragon Ball villain. A lot of people, like, I know people are saying, like, oh, you're just Team 4-Star. I like that villain before Team 4-Star. Because he was terrifying. Boo was scary, sure. Cell was awesome. But the thing was, Frieza on a larger scale was a much more terrifying villain. On a larger scale. And because, to me, he had more build-up than any villain did. Like, I know say that. We know what he looked like in the beginning, sure. But building up to his final fight really proved how terrifying he was. But yeah, there you go. I could go on a rant, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. How old are you guys? And what jobs? Oh God, I don't know if Sarah would actually take offense to that because I don't want her to like expose her age like that. And what jobs do you have or prefer to have? Now you said that art's like your job, right?
Mm-hmm. Kind of. It's my second job.
Is there any job you traded out for?
YouTuber. Actually, I'd like to be a gamer. I would actually want to do that because I love video games second compared to art. As a backup plan, graphic designer is what I went to school for. I have a graphic design degree.
Right.
But it's mainly as a backup plan. There's no shortage of graphic design jobs. There isn't really. To get the point of it, though, I am 29 years old. I don't mind being. People know how old I am. I will be 30 next year.
Holy shit! You guys are way older than me.
I am old, yeah. I remember the conversion of CDs to iPods. I remember the conversion of cassettes to CDs. I remember VHS turning to DVDs. Oh man, I've been through it all pretty much. I remember dial-up internet. But as a job I have because of COVID I've worked here for 12 years. I was planning on leaving this year, but unfortunately with COVID hitting, kind of happy I stayed at this job. I work at my father's restaurant, so I'm a cook. I won't say which one specifically, but yeah, I'm a cook.
I am 19. I don't particularly, well, I don't have a job. I don't even know why I would even leave it open particularly. The reason why I don't have a job is because of COVID, of course, because like jobs are limited, and depending on where you live, there's not many opportunities for a person. So yeah, I don't exactly have a job because of COVID-19. However, if I did go ahead and get into it, I'd say YouTube. But one of my main goals as a kid growing up was one of two things: either making designs for characters or getting into video game design. I always wanted to make my own video game as a kid, ever since I started playing Halo. Halo was like my first ever video game.
I love Halo up to 4 and Reach. Actually, Reach was probably my favorite one.
But yeah, like I just like I wanted to do all that as a kid. I do think that commentary for YouTube is definitely not going to last, and I need to like evolve at some point. But hey, I'm enjoying my time. You know, calling out a lot of assholes and such. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, like if you like it, why not just keep doing it? It's not like you don't want to do it just for the money. You want to do it for fun too. You want to do it for yourself. Like if you do it just for money and you're not happy about it, it's not fun anymore. You know.
Let's see here. What is it about DB that has gotten you to draw who you draw? And also, why are they so wholesome and yet so damn lewd? You just want more.
Yeah, we don't need to answer that third question, unfortunately, to Junshima, because we've already answered that one before. With my question, but what about Dragon Ball? Like, Dragon Ball was just like, it was my first. Like, even though I didn't know it was an anime, even Inuyasha was my first anime, Dragon Ball to me, even though I watched it before Inuyasha, I thought it was just a cartoon, so I don't count it as anime because I didn't think it was anime at the time. I know that sounds weird, but it's just my opinion. But I love the characters, I love the fighting, and me being just a little kid, boy, it's like, ooh, fighting, cool, I want to draw that, so I drew that. And I will actually thank Inuyasha and Dragon Ball for got me to art. And why I draw them so wholesome. Like I get why people want the whole the it feels so good and it looks hot. But to me, fun in the bedroom shouldn't be just for the feel good, even though that's an important part. I think about it should be fun. It shouldn't always be like, oh, just like let's have some fun, That's all most of my drawings mostly are, is just him having fun. Like that's my opinion of relationships. It's just like you should have fun.
I find wholesome hentai the most loose of them all.
I mean, oh, dude, goodness, how many hand holding I did? Jeez, I'm surprised I'm not banned yet.
No, I find it the lewdest of them all because of how like I want to say it's the same reason why I enjoy horror movies that make a kid the center point of the horror. Like the concept of innocence can be masked, can be masking something something else. I've always enjoyed that, and again, this is why I like Majora's Mask so much. It always goes back to Majora, I swear. But you got Majora's Mask, and then like you got stuff like wholesome hentai. That's like, God, I never thought I would actually use those two things in a sentence before. Wholesome hentai though, like it's wholesome and it's lewd. Might as well jerk off, huh? Like have yourself a smile, like a very warm smile, I guess.
Yeah. One things I don't like about some is just I know it's more important. Like, oh, we gotta focus on the girl. I hate how it doesn't show both partners. Like, it's just some girls like just bounce out some invisible floating something. But I like it when they're both the characters shown, because not only are you just showing how good the girl is feeling, you also see the partner also feeling good too, and them having a good time. To me, that's what makes it wholesome, even if holding hands and something like that. It just showing one person's liking it just doesn't really sell to me. Like, I actually don't really feel anything about those ones. It's like, oh, it's just a girl? Okay. All right.
What is your opinion on well, now that you say that, what's your opinion on anonymous characters being placeholders?
Okay. As long as they have like expression and their bodies are showing, I'm totally okay with that. Like, goodness, I'm on TikTok, and this is not just lewd things, but they have like those Y/N characters, like pretty much you, like a character you're supposed to be in it with, the famous anime character, or whatever. At least artists give them expression, just being a plain old doll, and I like that. And so if you have an anonymous character that could be like, oh, just some random Joe, gotcha. I'm just kidding. No, just some random Joe. As long as they show that they're enjoying it too, I totally don't mind. Or just at least showing their body too. I just hate when like girls are just in there and they're the main focus. You don't see anything else but the Jack, the Sean.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, right? I like seeing me some Blizz dick, all right?
Oh boy.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Like, fucking hentai between those two would never be the same if like Bliss just had question mark over his face. Like,
you gotta have expressions. To me, it just sells like the both characters enjoying it instead of just one person enjoying it.
Yeah. But yeah, what changed you the most when you start getting love/hate by a fan, hater, or trolls?
Oh, okay.
We're gonna talk about him, aren't we? Listen, I didn't want to talk.
I'm not gonna talk about him in this one because he's not worth talking about him. Because honestly, he's just another fun hate troll. I've dealt with a lot worse.
I don't know, man. You already name dropped him.
Oh, I know I name dropped him, but only once by subtlety. I don't even need to go on further about him.
Right.
Honestly, I did not expect a lot of people to like my art, especially like my characters. Like, goodness, when I had to switch from TV art, here's something a lot of people don't know. I did tweet about it before. Blizzard was the bastard son of Cooler, and I felt that was too Mary Sue of him. So I created this whole new universe where he's not Cooler's son, and he's just his own character. He is a bastard of a character I made design for, but he's not so important that it would contradict the main storyline. So Blizzard's no way connected to any canon characters besides Krillin in his story, which I never revealed, but Krillin is actually pretty much Roshi in this universe, and he ends up being a Blizzard and his brother's mentor. Yeah, as much as I love Krillin, because he'd be a perfect mentor. But anyways, the love and support for him and Kiko and his family, besides but actually just being characters themselves, I love the people love them, and how different they are, and yet how they work together. Especially how they're like the short and tall, and then how the naive Kiko is, and how serious Blizzard is, and it's just so fun to do. Now hate. Now this is for general, and a lot of people. I know a lot of people handle this differently, and I don't recommend people handle the way I do. But hate, and that is like crack to me. I fucking love it. Like, I know that sounds weird, but when I get hate mail in video games, I go, oh yes, give me more, please. And the fact that people will hate and I'll answer the one person, like, you had that final question for me, we'll go through that. I'll explain the one person I tell you that actually made me go, what the absolutely hell? But yeah, it's just so funny to me that they get so angry about a drawing, and it's just like, all they need to do is like, I don't like that, and scroll past. But they want to take their time out of their day to comment and hate me. I will respond to them and waste more of their time, because you're not wasting my time, buddy. I'm wasting yours.
Somebody's a sole survivor on an MW2 lobby. Jesus.
Oh boy. Oh, speaking of that, Modern Warfare. I had a lot of people hate me for this. It's actually a Halo one. This funny story. We're waiting for Sarah. Okay, have you ever heard of Halo where people were giving you the sniper rifle? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Nearly, because mostly everyone tries to team kill you for the sniper rifle. No one's actually giving you the sniper rifle. We were playing Capture the Flag in Halo Reach in the Blood Gulch match. We were on the side of the beach, I remember, and I was on the cliffside sniping. And I wasn't just sniping to kill. I was supporting my capture guys, like getting the flag. I was shooting people out of warhogs that were chasing them. I was doing good. In fact, they invited me to they got a voice chat, like, doing good, pick up the sniper. And a random guy would come up and get angry at me and try to take the sniper from me, team kill me. My teammates would team kill him. Like, they'd take turns, so they wouldn't be booted. Kid ended up rage quitting. It was hilarious. But they're giving me the sniper rifle because I was doing so good. I died once this entire match, and we won. Capture the Flag. An enemy guy, this guy made me laugh so hard. So one of my favorite things, snuck around me and assassinated me. Like, he actually took so long. He told me, that took me 10 minutes to surround you, to stick around and not to get you, but it's so worth it. You can't be a piece of shit. Like, he was like, you're such a camper, blah, blah, blah. And the best part about this was, not only was my teammates defending me, his teammates were defending me, telling me he was probably I was actually the most decent sniper they ever saw, because I wasn't just shooting people to shoot people. I was shooting people to defend my teammates. I was playing a team player, behind the objective, because, oh goodness, you play against players who don't just want to kill. Like, go play team deathmatch. Like, I hate people who just want to kill. I don't want to play the game that actually should be played. And, oh goodness, this guy got so mad at me, but I was like, yo, please, just yell at me more, I love it. Like, I am, like, a hate magnet, I guess. Like, I get hate, but people always expect me to be, like, angry or, like, block. I'm like, I will block people if I'm like, this, like, I don't want to deal with you. I've done that before, sure. But when they make something so funny, I bite, and it's funny. It always ends up doing a funny situation, like my current war right now, going with a certain person I won't name. It's hilarious.
If you can even call it a war.
Oh, it's so one-sided. I live in his house I live in his mind rent free. My gardens, my crops are growing plentiful down there.
My whole point is that sometimes I just feel as though, like, I want some of that hate. I'm not gonna lie, like, you straight up hugging that hate boner, man. Let me have some. But like, I try my best to, like, get involved in situations, like, put my input and shit, because I like to talk a lot. I love to talk. And then you have, like, these people who are like, they're acknowledging me in the situation. They're acknowledging me. I'm, like, doing the most work to fucking, like, call their ass out. And then they're like, they acknowledge me. They fucking name drop me. And then they pussy out. They fucking pussy out. They don't want none of me because they ain't got shit on me, and I got plenty of shit on them.
Oh, like, goodness. I love those ones.
I honestly feel satisfied, but at the same time, I just wish and pray that they'd have the balls to fucking snap back, because I will ruin their career instantly.
Dude, it's just always like, to me, that's funny too. Like, they can't think of anything. They just want to say something, then they block you. Like, you're gonna make a conversation. Like, are you gonna actually argue with me, or are you just gonna say something, say your opinion, then block me for no reason? Oh goodness, I've got a lot of those. They don't frustrate me; they make me laugh even more. Because, like how cowardly are you? Yeah, like, you're gonna hate on me, but you don't want to respond with me, then you automatically lose. Like, don't get me wrong, I block people because they annoy me. They post, like, some stupid shit, like I don't like racial comments. Like, I don't. And people I actually block most of my website isn't the fact that people are angry at me. The stuff I retweet and they put hateful comments on that post I tweeted, I block them. Because I retweet stuff I like, and none of them deserve the hate from my followers. And I always send a message and apologize to that person, saying, I'm sorry my followers said this. They don't represent what I do. I love it. Like, this one girl I posted, I actually follow her on TikTok. She is waifu material because she's buff. I love her. I'm not going to throw her name because I don't want to get her involved in this. But as soon as I retweeted a video of her, a guy commented, like, how bad she looked. And I just blocked him and instantly just said, I am so sorry for this. He does not represent me. It's like, oh my goodness, people. Like, that one guy got mad at me for reposting a furry animation No, I'm not very much a furry anymore. Like I used to be that. Something I've said before, but I'm not much anymore. But I appreciate good animation. Like how long it takes. It looks good. But yet they want to be, don't show me this good hurry shit. I'm like, okay, blocking you. And it's like, no. It's like
Man,
it's just
I
art
don't,
style, talent.
I don't give too much thought into what people think about me. Now, do I take into what they say into consideration? Yeah, I'll
Mm-hmm.
fucking think about it. And then if it fucking sounds retarded, I'll fucking call them out on it. But hey, such is life. Like, I'm just saying, right? Don't name drop me if you ain't got nothing on me. And you're not gonna respond to me when I call you out. And I
Yeah.
just make you look like a bigger fool than you already do. Like, I studied psychology. And that's one thing that I fucking don't get, right? Oh,
What? Did you cut out?
okay, I'm back.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, Discord fucked up. So basically, yeah, don't call me out if it's like I studied this shit for like 7+ years. Just because I'm 19 and like you're twice my age doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm talking about. I've dealt with more crackheaded excuses of human beings that have made more sense than you, all right? And no, Ace, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about you.
I know.
I'm talking directly to a certain somebody who I know has got so much of a hate boner for you. He's willing to watch this entire fucking podcast. Like,
Oh, I'll bet you anything to make some comments about it. Probably for sure.
don't name drop me if
I
you
won't.
don't have something on me, and don't name drop me if you know that I'm about to make you look like a goddamn idiot. This
Oh
is the
goodness.
advice I give to every single person because I have more dirt on you psychologically than you ever will on me physically.
Oh boy. Goodness, it's like so much stuff we could have to say. And he always says the most ridiculous stuff, but it's always like going, it's lies because he never has actual proof of what he says. When he tries to expose me, just expose more of how much of an idiot he is. It's like, bruh, yeah.
I like
But
how he's still clinging on to a child that moved on from the situation and clinging on to a guy who moved on from the situation. Like, he's trying so desperately to hang on so tightly onto these people who
like,
don't even care anymore. They moved on. They think he's a joke.
I don't know the reason why I still hang on is because honestly, it's more entertaining why he still hangs on. It's like, bruh, I'm just holding you by a fingertip. I'm just like watching you like a fish on the end of the line, just swimming to get out. It's like, dude, you're still hanging onto the hook. You just let go.
And he has the balls to tell me, "Oh, I went into their fucking server." The fucking he thought I was the leader, by the way. The fucking leader was all flustered, like he
Oh
was
my
stumbling
goodness.
all over his words. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that, and I have like, oh, I don't know, 9 other witnesses to say that you were the one stumbling on your words because every single time you try to interrupt me, I just kept going with my train of thought like you didn't exist.
Yeah.
Sure, I spoke louder than you, but I made sure that you listened. Now, didn't I? And
No,
you
he
also,
shows pure narcissism, like narcissistic behavior, because he's a lot like my brother. My brother I really don't talk to. Like he'll try to overtalk you to gain a point, and like he'll never let you talk if they just think he wins. It's like, dude.
and like, don't act like you're high and mighty whenever you're caught recording admitting to a federal crime.
Boy. Yeah.
Yeah, we got him on that, and let's not forget his excuse. Oh, if you call the police, they're just gonna be like, oh yeah. So yeah, you just admitted to federal crime. Just like you admitted on your stream to federal crime. Let's not forget that whenever I show up to your stream, you have a mental breakdown, cracking down and laughing like a goddamn maniac because you're trying so desperately to hold your God complex together.
Oh goodness, when he streamed my character, Oh, it's so cringeworthy. Because the way he dressed her and colored her outfit, like he would just walk away slowly, just walk around slowly, while zoom down, looking at her under regions, and then fight easy mode characters, and instead of actually playing against actual players, because he knows he'll lose, he just fights the character against computers, never actually anything,
Yeah.
and just
and yeah, he's a bitch. He avoided Xenoverse 2 like 7 to 8 times.
He makes a poll. I don't even know why he continues to make these polls. Everyone will vote Xeno first, and then he just goes plays a completely different game. Only once did he do that, just to do that one video.
On Instagram, bitch, you don't have an Instagram.
No, probably does, but probably doesn't have a lot of followers either.
I mean, he probably doesn't have a lot of followers on his fucking Twitter either. The Twitter that he's said countless times that he's going to keep quiet and privated and all that other shit. Dude, you're ghost accounting. You're just ghost accounting at this point. You're not even like trying anymore. You're hiding like a pussy. Because if we find you, which I'm not gonna confirm or deny this, but we might already have found you. You would be gone almost instantly. Again. Because you break TOS so many times. Now with your YouTube channel, Mr. I'm going to show hentai in the smallest slither of my videos.
Or in his community posts, which is also hilarious.
Okay, Mr. I'm gonna try to expose Fungushi, but at the same time show Shotokan porn uncensored and a small snippet of the picture. Yeah, that gets you fucking terminated. Now, a lot of people need to go on their laptops or on their desktop site versions of YouTube in order to timestamp it and send the mass flag, but who knows? Maybe YouTube is backed up. Maybe YouTube's gonna take your ass down. I don't know.
There's a Twitter post. There's a Twitter post I saw that YouTube is responding to the people are actually messaging him on Twitter and have sent images and like, oh, thank you for the proof. We'll take a look at it. So we may not see some results soon, but at least we know YouTube is looking at it with the evidence given. So
well, his excuse is whenever he gets told that he's being looked into is, man, they're not looking into me. They're probably like stupid. All these kids are coming after.
And he always says like no one has proof, but even everybody has proof.
You act like you're some sort of martyr or some shit. You act like you're protected by the people. Bitch, nobody fucking likes you.
Only about the 4 people you pay to send hate. Anyways, I think we should continue on.
Yeah. What do you think of the? Oh, this is from Toby Zenko. This dude had a bunch of fucking questions.
Which I do. He has lots of good ones too, though. So,
what do you think of this silly theory? The reason why Saiyans can have sex with their wives without killing them. Their dicks are like their tails. When squeezed, their power levels are capped. Then can transform still, but only so much can be exerted out.
Okay. Now, I does like that is a silly theory, but you just keep forgetting that these wives' pussies are like they got game. Like, bruh, they're strong wives. They can take it.
I should say Vegeta has a tiny dick, so this theory doesn't really work because Bulma's pussy can't really wrap around it.
I think his actually has more of a like. I see the funny theory, but I actually think he has more average size. That's my opinion. He doesn't have a big one, but it's not small either. But besides the point of them being like strong, super strong, you understand that like Chi-Chi's a fighter, so we can see that she can handle it. And Android 18, well, no, she's not the same. Sorry, but with Bulma, I pretty much know that she's the top. Let's be real here. Like, Bulma is obviously the top, so I don't think she has to worry anything about that. Now, Chi-Chi, she's a fighter. She trains, and she has those Chun-Li lit thighs. She can handle herself with Goku. So, we're good there.
Okay, well, most difficult part of the body to draw. I'm going to say this now. Vagina.
No, it's the hands and
vagina.
feet. It's the hands and feet.
It is listen. I drew hands and feet. All right, the vagina is the hardest part of the body to draw. If not, it is a dick and balls. Okay, you know how fucking difficult it is to draw a dick and balls and a vagina from a top view. From a top view.
YouTube's got to be demonetizing this video so hard.
Oh, fuck them. Listen, we're like, I don't know, fucking 5 hours in. We're way past the 30-second mark.
Okay. Yeah, to me, it's mainly the hands and feet. They're tough to draw compared to anything else. I'm not saying that those parts aren't easy to draw, but I will say this, that hands and feet are definitely most difficult for me. And that's always usually a typical artist thing, but yeah.
Who's the better evil Goku, Turles or Goku Black, Turles?
I had to say Goku Black for the very reason Turles isn't Goku. I'm sorry.
That is cool. Actually, I remember back in like 2011, there was a theory going around that Turles was like Goku's uncle or some shit.
Or like some relative. It's just mainly this hairstyle with lower class Saiyans look like there's that theory too. Here's the thing. No, Turles could be like an awesome returning villain for a movie. He eats god fruit, right? So let's not to say that he can get his own god form from eating the fruit. Because technically speaking, the fruit he eats is the unborn children of Kai's. So what makes you think he had like some unholy version of Super Saiyan God? I mean, that'd be cool. Like it fits with his character, fits with what he's been eating all this entire time. But to me, you can't really place him being evil Goku because he's not Goku. I don't consider like he just looks like Goku, but he like that's why I say black because even then saying black is an evil Goku is a stretch because he's actually Zamasu. So no, I would say no to both, but for technicality, Goku Black is better evil Goku because Turles is not. He's never been portrayed as an evil version of himself. He's just another villain who just looks like Goku.
Favorite technique in all of Dragon Ball?
Controversial, and I still love this because I'm a fan of swords. I love Future Trunks' Spirit Sword. I know that sounds very DX Machina, but Spirit Bomb is the definition of DX Machina. And how Trunks was able to make it into his own form of a sword was cool. In fact, that's why I think it should have ended with him killing Zamasu with the spirits of everything else, was to overpower his immortality and killing him. He should have died there. But I love the uniqueness of the technique.
It should have been a dagger rather than a sword, but
I liked how it formed from his broken sword. I think that's pretty cool. But it could have been like cooler if they actually just extended the blade to a bigger one instead of like a whole like overcast. But still, I think it's one of the most unique techniques I've seen. And honestly, that's one of my favorites.
My favorite technique in all of Dragon Ball is, I'm gonna say, Krillin's game.
That's not untrue. His game. I mean, come on. He had Zongia going after him. Heck, I love that one video game reference between 18 and her, where 18 calls her a skank. And then, technically speaking, there was a scene in Fighters where Android 21 is actually kind of interested in Krillin too for a bit. So, yeah, he's got game, and especially with robotic ladies and alien chicks. So human girls despise him, but robot chicks and alien girls love him.
Fucking love Zanya. If I had to ship my character with anybody, it's either Lemma or Zanya.
Oh. I like Zanya. It's kind of sad that her character is more like short-lived compared to other villains in that movie. But yeah, BoJack was kind of slightly poorly written too. So,
well, at least she died second to last. Like,
yeah, but died by her own boss. So it's like, oh yay, oh that's her kind of that sucks.
Well, I mean, they're space pirates. You're gonna have to see betrayal at some point.
Yeah, I think some pirates have loyalty, but sometimes captains are jerks. That's why he lost. Instead of using her as a team up, he just kills her. Like, hey, let me distract you with this. Go Team Gohan, who's just merciless at this point. Okay, you just killed one of my targets, so it's your turn. You made the job 10 times easier for me. Like, honestly.
God, now I just want some fucking ship art between my character and Zanya.
Oh, that'd be fun. Okay.
So, who was more interesting out of God of Destruction, Topo, or Full Power Shirtless Jiren? Neither. They both sucked.
If I had to pick, Topo. Way better interesting that since he was a trainee of a God of Destruction, I liked how he was able to use that power in the tournament. But anything's more interesting than Shirtless Jiren. Or Jiren in general. Jiren is just... He should have just been an asshole. Who should have learned like the value of teammates and value of working together. Would have been a lot better than him having a tragic backstory, the reason why he's so angsty. Like, goodness, just give us an asshole. At least Topo was as an honorable fighter who just wanted he could use the God of Destruction powers because he's a trainee. But yeah. And what's a
weird combination of foods that you like? Okay, so I had an answer to this. I have a very specific answer to this. For anybody who hates Hawaiian pizza, I'm telling you now, there's a way to like it, all right? So even pepperoni lovers, right?
Here.
They say that this specific version of Hawaiian pizza is better than pepperoni. No shit.
What's the difference about it compared to original?
So here's the deal. Here's the deal. No cheese.
Okay,
light marinara.
You lost me with no cheese.
Okay. So I'm gonna explain why in a minute. No cheese, light marinara, extra pineapple. The reason why is because the cheese is what makes the pizza salty.
Yeah, I can see that point.
And so is the marinara. So if you add more, if like you have a problem with like the sweet and the saltiness mixing, you want to favor the pineapple more. So like you overpower with sweet.
But to me, cheese will make. I like the saltiness of the pineapple pizza. Now here's my thing. People are gonna hate me for loving pineapple pizza. Here's the thing. The most haters I get for not liking pineapple pizza is never tried it. Like, try it first. If you don't like it, then I'm okay with that. If you haven't tried it, fuck you. Because I hate when people say they think I'm disgusting when they haven't tried something. Now I'm not saying it's like, oh, eat poop, because no. Pineapple pizza is a required taste. It is. And I love it. It's not my favorite pizza. I prefer combination. I love mixtures of meat, green peppers, and all that. That's my favorite pizza. But, oh goodness. Do you remember Little Caesars having that pretzel pizza?
Yes.
Okay, what they did wrong was putting queso cheese instead of marinara sauce. Oh, I tried eating it. It was so horrible. The thing was, make with marinara sauce and put queso cheese on the side. I did that. I asked them to make marinara sauce instead of the queso, and I added the queso cheese on the side. It is fantastic. I love the pretzel crust, and everything else tastes great about it. But it's just too much cheese on cheese. Like, like you should have just done queso cheese on the side to dip your pizza crust or just your pizza in, and it actually tastes really good. Now, that's not my favorite combination. Now, I actually recommend this because it's kind of weird. It's actually a seasoning. Ramen noodles. Okay? Like this works better with chicken flavor, but can work with any other flavor. Put lemon pepper seasoning on your noodles. My roommate showed this to me. It is so good. He's got me addicted to this damn shit. Thank you, dude. Make me more reason to freaking love ramen noodles. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's nothing I've ever heard of. So there you go.
Huh.
Yeah.
I love me some ramen. I one thing I always hate though, my father, whenever he says it, he says ramen.
Oh, no.
Like, dude, it's ramen. And he's like, no, it's ramen noodles. And I'm like, okay, I think you'll find it's ramen. And he's like, what do you mean? It's ramen. I'm like, no, dude. The Japanese
Nobody loves ramen. Sorry.
Ramen is a Japanese food and it is pronounced ramen in Japan. And he's like, are we Japan? I'm like, no, but I bet you any amount of money if I put it inside an English translator, it's gonna come out as ramen. So I pull out Google Translate and I write ramen in the English slot and I press the speaker and it says ramen, and I'm like, see? Now say it with me, ramen. And he's like, man, I'm gonna keep calling him Raymond.
Oh, that's hilarious. My the thing is, I took some Japanese in high school. Like, I don't really remember what much to say about it, but I know the pronunciations of things. And the amount of times people call karate pisses me off. It's like, it's not karate, it's karate. God, like, sake. Oh, I hate when they call it sake. Like, I love Gabriel Iglesias. He's one of my favorite comedians, right? But when he says sake, I cringe so hard. Like, I should laugh, but it's not sake. It's sake. Fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel your pain. Like, people just like, ugh. But no, they don't speak English. People speak America, so they won't say it.
So weird, huh?
My dad calls jalapenos. Now, he knows how to say jalapenos right, but he just loves calling it, and I love calling it too. He calls jalapenos jalapenos. Just for like this.
Jesus Christ. That's butchering it. Blame me on.
But the thing was, it was actually it makes everybody laugh. Like, he's kind of some jalapenos, but that's sure. It's like, can we get some jalapenos on the burger? We just laugh. It's just. Now, he knows how to say pronounce it. He would normally speak it normally, but just for jokes, he would call it jalapeno. And it's hilarious to me still. Like,
I would never be able to live in a world where that is the pronunciation.
Oh, just like, or don't forget tortilla. Like that one fine. Hurricane Katrina, more like tortilla. Oh my god.
See, I will forever enjoy speaking certain Japanese sentences. A lot of people are surprised that I'm able to say Dan Dan Kokoro Hikare Teku like it's fucking nothing, and I'm like, that's the name of the fucking GT opening. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Not a lot of people say that's a big of a deal, but
and then I'm like, why aren't you more surprised that I'm able to say Watashi wa kashite kyoko ni wa naramasen? Like, why aren't you more surprised at that? And like, holy shit.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Hey, by the way, that translates to I will never be a memory. Yeah, I did my Sephiroth research.
I remember that one. I used to watch Advent Children. I still have the movie. I loved it. Oh goodness, that's so good in Japanese. And it's actually not bad in English. But if I prefer Japanese dub over that one, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the next one is the guest pick, right?
Yeah, we do the guest pick. Now, because Sarah's not here, I am still going to do her guest pick.
Okay.
I just wish that she was here because this would be something that this is the segment where I wanted y'all to pick something that y'all really wanted to speak about, and I feel as though I feel a little guilty just like not including hers. Plus, she's not here, so like,
and she has that. I guess she's still kind of busy. Probably really late for her. So she lives in New York.
Yeah, it's like almost 2 in the morning, so she probably just passed out. Okay, we're still guest pick because I would just feel guilty otherwise. So yeah, hey, she wanted to talk about ridiculous beefs with haters and trolls.
Yes, I know we talked about someone recently, but there's actually someone who I dealt with was worse than him, and it was hilarious. It was on DeviantArt. And this girl was a full-on Goku/Bulma shipper, and not in the fanatic sense. There you go. Okay. Anyways, back to the point. She uploaded like an actual page about why this ship, like, it got taken down because how toxic she was. She posted images of Vegeta being on fire, Chi-Chi being on fire, and like stealing people's art by uploading a wiki of like Goku and Bulma being together, saying they're canon. Like, saying this girl was obsessed was an understatement. And she was actually commenting artists like me, because I drew one picture, a cute picture of Goku and Chi-Chi, that I should burn in hell and die. I I'm just looking at this going, what the, like, the amount of effort. Like, she puts more effort than that one guy ever did. That's why I say this is the most ridiculous person I ever met. And she got so bad, DeviantArt banned her. Like, to get DeviantArt to ban you, even back in the day in its prime, was hard. And they did. She got so bad. Like, it wasn't just me. She was heck, she attacked Faripa. She attacked other people just for having Goku art or to have drawings. Like it wasn't just the ship. She hated Chi-Chi and Vegeta with a passion. Anybody who drew these characters, even if they were commissions, she would go after them. It was so obsessive. Like, who's letting their child get this computer? Because what the heck? This obsession is not healthy, but I can't stop reading her shit because it's funny. And yeah, it was just one of those situations where she lit a fire and burned herself out. And it was the most ridiculous. And this all happened in the span of 3 days. This wasn't like a month long or things like that. This took 3 days for this whole shit show to happen. And I was like, what in the actual... Now, if I still have my DeviantArt, I think our comic got deleted because it got banned. Oh, if I could show it, though, again. Oh, how much she hated that drawing. That was my ridiculous hater. Like, and troll. Like, I never dealt with trolls because people try to troll me. You can't really troll a troll. So I never dealt with trolls. But that was the most ridiculous hater I've ever gotten. And it was just chaos. Like, I didn't even have time to respond to her how quickly she got banned. But, like, oh. It was weird. But yeah, that's my ridiculous hater story.
Damn.
Yeah, one person actually... Mm-hmm.
So, like, she was just obsessed for 3 days straight, going off on everybody she could.
Everybody she could, and then the DeviantArt, Wikipedia, Dragon Ball Wiki just had enough of her shit and banned her and deleted all of her stuff. Because how many people complained about her? It took her 3 days of absolute chaos. And it's just like, holy crap.
Dopamine is one hell of a drug. Whew, damn, that's wow. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you how, like, I wouldn't be able to tell you a ridiculous beef I've been in because, like, I haven't been in that many.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in, like, 2 main ones, but, like, they weren't anything ridiculous. They were actually over very serious accusations, but yeah, I'd say that they were pretty fucking poorly executed, to say the least. But I'd say that probably if I had to choose out of the 2, I'd say the Zero Beef was definitely most ridiculous because I lost a lot of friends during that time period, leading up to me ending up in a hospital. It does get dark, but, like, you know, looking back at it in retrospective and how it shaped me. So there was an accusation going around by a specific person. I don't know who was in the call. Well, I do know who was in the call. There were like 3 people in the call besides me. There was me, a guy named Chris Dragzard, a girl named Misty, and some other person who was actually, quote unquote, recording the fucking call, which I doubt was the case because no recording actually came out whenever I was told about this. And I was even told that the recording was a fake excuse and shit. So I'm in this VC with the 2, Dragzard and Misty. And me and Misty were, we were both high and we were both drunk.
Oh boy.
So, like, yeah, we're in a Discord VC. Mind you, this is over the fucking internet, so this just adds more stupidity to it. So I'm fucking talking about role plays and shit, and I asked Missy, hey, you want to role play? And then Christian decides to take it the wrong way as if I'm asking for erotic roleplay or ERP. And which was not the case. I just asked for roleplay because I just fucking felt like it. And so because he made such a big deal about it, me and her jokingly teased at erotic roleplay to gross him out and shit. And then yeah, so that was the worst mistake I could have actually done, because the person who went back to Zero and told him that, hey, yeah, this dude's creeping on Misty and is like being extremely weird, asking for erotic roleplay and shit. Now these two are friends, and he comes into the server and basically labels me as a predator and labels me as a person who's like preying on her and all that. And like, I'm trying to explain the situation, in which we also admitted to Christian that it was a joke that night. But like, this happened like 2 days afterwards. And I'm telling Christian, yo, back me up. And he's like, no, you're trying to throw me under the bus. And I'm like, how? I'm trying to use you as a fucking witness. It was a joke. And he's like, oh, I don't remember you saying that. Huh. So I asked Misty, who's in the call as well, to fucking back me up, and she's like, I don't want to get involved. That's red flag number 1. You're already involved. What do you mean? That's red flag number 1. If a woman ever says, I don't want to get involved while there's an accusation between you and her, she is a fucking liar, all right? That is straight up red flags everywhere. So yeah, I fucking go ahead and get labeled as a predator. I get pissed off. I scream, and I'm going to say this with extreme parentheses here to quote what I said. Zero got on my nerves so bad, right? And I don't usually resort to racist acts. But where I come from, which is Ireland, we have a word that is similar to the N-word here, but we use it in a way to point out ignorance and somebody being like a dick and everything. We replace the I with the O. And yeah, that's I was labeled a racist. What do you know? And he didn't even know the definition of it. He didn't look it up. He didn't try to find the context behind it. He fucking thought it was a racial remark. And yeah, that was ridiculous. And a meme was made about it sooner or later. And yeah, he just wanted me to kill myself and all that other shit. And I ended up attempting it. And attempted it in the worst way possible. Though the badass way possible, I'd say. I do not endorse taking one's life at all. However, I have built up this mentality that I am fucking invincible. I threw myself in front of the fucking highway. And I came back with only a limp leg. So, yeah, that's something to brag about. Hey, I survived the crash.
Yeah.
I survived the collision with a. Ooh. I was unconscious for, I want to say, maybe 8 hours. Before the hospital told me, yeah, well, you only have a limp leg. We're fucking surprised, considering that on the highway the speed limit is like 85 or some shit. So yeah, I didn't talk to a lot of people after that. My relationship ended up going into shambles, and yeah, honestly, ever since then, I've been fucking alone and haven't really done much. I did get into a couple relationships afterwards, of course, but a lot of them didn't work out so well because either my girlfriend cheated on me, planned on cheating on me, or fucking spread rumors about me. And I didn't appreciate that. So I dealt with it accordingly. And I have honestly been in better relationships, but ever since then, 2 years ago, it's been downward spiral for me in terms of relationships and social life. So yeah, I've basically built this fuck all attitude to talk about social issues and all that other stuff. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably the stupidest beef I've been in for sure.
Well, you're a stronger person because of it, you know? So.
Oh, trust me, I let that shit tear me down. I am not a stronger person because of it. I'm a stronger person because I've embraced how much of an asshole life can be. And then I laugh at it.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to learn. Like, life fucking sucks. People are going to try to drag you down.
Mm-hmm.
Best you do is have a rebuttal. Don't fucking look back. Moving on to Sarah's guest pick. Thinking back on our accomplishments for 2020 and our personal goals for 2021.
Oh, I pretty much can say like my accomplishments aren't really much because of COVID. Didn't really like. Besides me graduating from school, that's my accomplishment. I did graduate from school for graphic design, which was good. Which was a huge step for me. But also accomplishment are like learning how to edit videos, especially speed drawings and stuff like that. We're getting more into, which I hope to do more. But also, my accomplishments for 2021 is to build my YouTube channel more. That's what I want to do. Not just with art, just like upload funny videos I've done for gaming and all different kind of stuff. But it will be like a multimedia YouTube channel where I have lots of stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to 2021. Hopefully, get rid of this stupid thing because I want to go to Kamehameha. I want to go to KamehamehaCon. I want to go to that. It's one of my dreams to go there. And yeah, if this thing could finally be over with, I could go. Let's see.
Yeah, my goal, my accomplishments. Wow, what have I accomplished in 2020? I guess I made friends. I made connections and such. I've learned valuable lessons through anime and anime movies that I take to heart and I let embody me as a person. Uh, my goal overall in 2021 would have to be to continue going ahead and building those connections and continuing this YouTube stuff. Maybe start that video game collection. I've been talking about with like, you know, getting retro games and all that, and
Yeah.
just building up on all that. And yeah, I ultimately do want to go ahead and get some. It's so difficult to find people who take art requests rather than commissions. I hate being poor.
Well, I am like when I hit 5,000 followers on my Twitter, I am doing a free request stream. So hopefully by the time I reach that, I'll put you on the standby list. So yeah.
Shit, there's no fucking way in hell that was 131 megabytes.
Yeah.
There is no way in hell that was. But yeah. Anything you want to say before?
Pretty much just like this is just for the viewers or anybody who actually will watch this. Stay strong. This whole COVID thing will pass as long as people are pretty smart about it. And those who are artists, inspiring artists, just keep practicing. That's always good. That's always. I know that's such a easy cop out to say, but honestly, it's true. You just got everything takes practice. And wish everybody well. And I had a good time with this podcast, my first one, and I hope to do more.
All right. Anything you want to plug?
Yeah, sure. Follow me on YouTube on Omega Ace Games and Follow me on Twitter at Ace Artworks, or if you want to follow my lewd stuff, it's Acelewdarts on Twitter.
If you want to follow Sarah, aka Fun Sexy Dragon Ball, her Twitter will also be in the description down below, as well as her Curious Cat. If you ever want to ask her any questions, I will also link Ace's Curious Cat and Soul Marin account Curious Cat as well.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us for this past 6 hours.
Yeah.
6 hours of fucking content. This is gonna be a bitch to put together.
Good luck with that one. I'll have to edit quite a bit of it out, but
but yeah, for like a first podcast, big event. Got to talk to my new best bud. I got
there
to talk to Sarah, who I've been a fan of for 5 years now, and yeah, it's been a blast. Hell of a fucking ride. I hope you all enjoyed. I guess I don't ask for subs. I don't know how far away from 50 I am, but I'm getting there, I guess. And bye.
Right. Have a good one.